Hi guys! Welcome back to the channel. It's so good to have you here. And if you're new here, or for some reason you haven't subscribed yet, what are you waiting for? Make sure to hit that subscribe button and ring the bell so you never miss an update. It really helps the channel grow, and I truly appreciate your support. Today, we're continuing our deep dive into the recap of Don't Pick Up the Trash Once Thrown Away. For those of you who've already seen Part 1, I've left a timestamp in the description so you can jump right into the new chapters. All right, let's get started. It all began when a young girl arrived at the Duke of Wiliot's estate and became engaged to their only heir. She wore a white and pink dress with black hair and eyes. She was just 14, and her name was Leila. She was merely a noblewoman born in the countryside. The House of Wiliot was a prestigious noble family, known for producing the greatest knights of the empire. Everyone treated Leila as though she were their own daughter, regardless of her background. She was always the first to receive precious gifts. Once, the Duchess even warmly asked her to become a support for the young Duke. They treated her so kindly that even their son, Fiancé, felt a twinge of jealousy. And in return for all that kindness, the girl loved them with all her heart. Leila was usually busy learning her duties as the future Duchess of the Wiliot household from the current Duchess. Meanwhile, Fiancé devoted himself entirely to mastering the sword. Rarely did they get the chance to sit down and truly talk. But that didn't mean their relationship was bad. It wasn't passionate like lovers, nor warm like close friends. Yet whenever they had the chance to exchange a word, they never argued. Instead, they encouraged one another, teased, and playfully joked. For Leila, it was like a fairy tale. She was happy living with the Wiliot family. Until one fateful, unpredictable day when everything changed. It felt as though fate had played a cruel trick on her. That day, a heavy storm hit. Leila worried about the people of the duchy, but her maid, Misa, reassured her that they knew the storm was coming and had prepared for it. The maid was convinced Lady Leila would become a wonderful duchess, kind, considerate, and beloved. And she wasn't the only one who thought so. But their sweet conversation was suddenly interrupted. It turned out that the carriage carrying the Duke and Duchess had been swept off the road by the storm. Leila leapt to her feet and rushed to Fiancé. Through tears, she could barely explain the tragedy. The young Duke comforted her, clinging to hope that his parents were safe and would return alive. Everyone prayed and believed to the very end. But heaven was cruel and did not heed their prayers. The young Duke tragically lost both of his parents and inherited the title far earlier than he had ever expected. Fiancé grew deeply withdrawn, isolating himself in the training hall. Meanwhile, Leila remained his fiancée, but had to take on all the responsibilities of a duchess, and on top of that, many duties that should have belonged to the heir himself. Their wedding and coming-of-age ceremony were postponed for 3 years to mourn the Duke and Duchess's passing. But one day, the emperor suddenly declared war on neighboring kingdoms. Fiancé was called to the front lines. 6 long years passed before the war finally ended. Lady Leila prepared for his return. Her attendants asked if she was happy to see his grace after all that time. When they urged her to look in the mirror, they couldn't hold back smiles and compliments. Leila blushed lightly at their flattery. She put on a blue silk dress and fine jewelry. It had been so long since she last dressed like this. Somehow, it felt out of place. While Fiancé was away at war, much had happened. Epidemics, famine, plague. Leila was grateful they had survived those hardships, and now they would finally be reunited. She couldn't help but wonder how much he had changed over those 6 long years. Word came that Fiancé was returning. It was time for her to meet him. Still, she worried about her appearance and whether everything was ready for the Duke's arrival. All the servants gathered to greet the young master, Leila among them. She didn't feel a sudden rush of passion or love for him, but since they were meant to marry upon his return, she wanted to believe everything would work out. She wanted to believe things would be all right, but fate thought otherwise. Fennell Williott returned from the battlefield with another woman in his arms. Leila was shocked and terrified all at once. It felt as if her entire world shattered into pieces. She didn't want to believe her eyes. She had waited 6 years for him, only to see him carrying another woman. The woman had silky, shining blonde hair, a refined and elegant figure, and skin as soft as porcelain. But something else caught Leila's eye. The woman was pregnant. Leila's mind filled with 1,000 questions she was afraid to ask. One above all. What will happen to me now? She heard the servants whispering behind her, and her legs shook even more. At once, Misa, the maid and Leila's friend, ordered the servants to hush. She tried to comfort her lady, insisting Fennell would never be so cruel, and that there must be another explanation. Leila wanted to believe her, but she didn't know what to believe. If that woman truly carried Fennell's child, what should she do? Should she act like other scorned women, lashing out and clawing at the woman in his arms? Or should she wear the mask of a composed aristocrat, hiding her fury behind cold indifference? But after a moment's thought, she asked herself, did she even have the right to be angry? After all, she wasn't his wife, only his betrothed. Still Leila Thabessa, not Leila Williott. Still just a guest in the Williott household. Dismounting from his horse as if nothing was wrong, Fennell asked why the atmosphere around the estate was so gloomy, and if it was because of his absence. Walking up to her with a joking smile, he asked why she was so silent. Was she not happy to see him after all these years? But Leila, hiding her anger and sorrow behind a sweet face, laughed it off and said she was simply a little surprised. The Duke didn't even realize what had shocked her so deeply. It seemed he either couldn't see her feelings or simply didn't care. Leila's face could no longer mask her sorrow and astonishment. Thoughts swirled in her mind. Maybe he's testing me. Maybe the child isn't his. Maybe there's another explanation. She didn't want to believe it, but it seemed like the truth. After all, he treated that woman with a tenderness he had never shown her. And his gaze, it was completely different. Gentle, full of care and love. Behind her, the whispers started up again. The servants murmured that it wasn't right to treat Lady Leila this way. They couldn't believe their eyes. Could it really be that their Duke was acting like this right in front of his own fiancé? She couldn't silence them, and her head was swarming with thoughts. Why was he behaving this way? Did he really not care? Even if their engagement was just a shallow agreement, she still felt abandoned. Meanwhile, without even glancing at Leila, Fennell asked Misa to prepare a room for his beloved Cicely, and inquired which one she would prefer. The woman replied that she'd like a room with good lighting. At her answer, the Duke ordered that Lady Cicely be taken to the far east chamber on the 2nd floor. Misa and Leila were shocked. It had once belonged to the late Duchess, his mother. Leila tried to protest, saying that the chamber should belong only to the Duchess, and he couldn't just let anyone stay there. But the young Duke replied that his father had used this room, just as Leila herself had. The girl objected, insisting that she had only ever used that room for work and had never, under any circumstances, stayed there overnight. But he refused to listen, finally saying that the chamber was simply the best lit. Unable to stand it, Leila frowned and suggested he choose another. Before she could finish, Fennell cut her off, raising his voice. He declared that he didn't care about the rules because he was now lord of these lands, and his word was law. After that, the young Duke ordered his command to be carried out and demanded a maid be assigned to take special care of his beloved. Leila accepted his decision, though deep inside, she still believed it was wrong. Misa and Lady Cicely went off toward the manor. As they walked, the woman glanced back at Leila, wearing a smug smile. Once the maid and lady were out of Fennell's sight, he finally turned his attention to Leila's face. He asked if she was upset. Holding back her emotions, she replied, "No." He took that as the truth, believing everything was fine, when in fact, it was anything but. For Leila, it felt like a nightmare. The man she was supposed to marry had returned from 6 years of war, only to let a stranger take the Duchess's chambers. The thought tormented her. But whenever someone asked if she was all right, her answer was always, "I'm fine." She couldn't admit what was eating at her, thinking it would only make things worse. She had gone through so much trouble dressing and preparing to welcome him home, longing to greet him sincerely, and instead, she saw the man she'd waited for return, carrying another woman in his arms. She wanted to push everything aside and lock herself in her room for weeks. But despite it all, she kept working, hiding her feelings behind the mask of a sweet, naive girl. She ordered the servants to prepare for dinner and to escort the guests to her room. Still, that smug smile wouldn't leave her mind. So she asked Misa to report to her immediately if she noticed anything suspicious, even though Leila's position didn't truly allow her to make such requests. To distract herself, she threw all her energy into work. It had been 9 years since Leila first began overseeing the Duke's duties. After days of preparing for the celebration, now it was time to catch up on overdue documents. At first, many doubted whether she could really handle the role of acting Duchess, but as time passed, they came to accept her. Still, mistakes were never forgiven. Everything had to be perfect. That's why the girl poured her heart into every single task, determined to achieve flawless results. Outside, a storm broke out, mirroring the feelings Leila longed to bury. She barely noticed, too absorbed in her work. Then thunder cracked, making her jump in fright. It wasn't the storm that scared her. It was the painful memory it dragged back. The tragic night when the Duke and Duchess had died. The night she had cried for hours. The thought crept into her mind. Maybe Fennell had forgotten that night and the pain she endured. Maybe that's why he allowed that woman to stay in the Duchess's chamber and then casually asked if she was sad. Her thoughts were interrupted by the maid. Knocking softly, Misa said dinner was ready. Calming herself, Leila left her room. She didn't want to miss the chance to share at least one meal at the same table with Fennell, even if only out of courtesy. Still, sitting across from him would feel unbearably awkward, given the situation. As she escorted Lady Leila to the Great Hall, Misa muttered that no matter how much time had passed, what had happened was unacceptable, and a terrible disrespect to her lady. Leila felt a bit lighter at those words, glad someone else shared her feelings. Misa always helped her, and despite being just a maid, she often spoke to Leila with the warmth of an older sister. With the Duke's return, the manor seemed to come alive again, buzzing with energy. Leila wanted to slip past everyone quietly, so as not to disturb the atmosphere. As she passed, she noticed a servant pushing a cart loaded with what looked like food. At first, she didn't pay much attention and let her go, but then turned back and stopped the maid. The servant looked nervous. Leila asked where she was taking the cart, since it was nearly time for dinner. It turned out the Duke had requested his meal be brought to his chamber, saying he was too exhausted from travel to join the dining hall. To Leila, those words felt like a knife in her already broken heart. Another dark thought crept in. Did Fennell no longer consider her part of his family? Or had anyone here ever truly thought of her that way? The late Duke and Duchess had said they treated her like their own daughter, but to her, those had only been words. She knew she could never truly be their daughter. Even after more than 10 years of devoting herself to House Williot, Leila still felt like an outsider, denied even the privilege of asking to share a meal with him. The servants tried to comfort her, though they knew the truth. they still respected and loved her for her kindness. Through tearful eyes, Leila looked closer and realized there was far too much food for just one man. She asked the maid about it. The servant didn't know how to say it, but Leila already knew the answer. The Duke had requested dinner with the guest he brought home that day. Rage burned deep inside her, and no words could fix it. Still, she buried her feelings even deeper, refusing to let them show. Finishing her work early, Leila decided to rest and soak in the bath, to relax and forget everything, if only for a while. But there was no escaping her thoughts. So, while she still had time, she kept wondering what to do next. That day, late in the evening, Leila was once again working on documents when she suddenly heard a knock at the door. It was Baron Wizard. He brought urgent papers that required immediate review. He knew this was the Duke's responsibility, but he had a reason to bring them to her. Leila couldn't understand why she should still be handling the Duke's duties when Fennel had already returned, especially while he was enjoying his time with that woman. Before the Baron could finish speaking, Leila interrupted him. With all her pent-up anger, she declared that from now on, only Fennel would be responsible for the Duke's duties. With those words, she handed the documents back to the Baron and sent him to the Duke. As he walked through the corridors, he reflected on what had just happened. Wizard had worked in the estate for 30 years, but this day felt unusual, perhaps the most extraordinary of them all. He wondered whether the Duke was even capable of handling paperwork. When he arrived at Fennel's chambers, he intended to hand over the papers, but instead, the Duke asked him what Leila had said in response. The Baron objected, explaining that she had only temporarily carried out the Duke's responsibilities during his absence. But the young man insisted, claiming that even when he was present, Leila still handled such tasks. Baron Wizard wanted to point out that she only did it because of him, but he held his tongue. Fennel was convinced that Leila had sent the Baron on purpose just to attract his attention. Their conversation was interrupted by Cicely. She approached and asked how soon they would finish, since she was growing bored. Immediately, the young man turned his attention to her, reminding her that she should look after her health and avoid overexertion. This left the Baron utterly bewildered. Afterward, Fennel ordered him to bring the papers back to Leila so that she could deal with them. When the Baron tried to object, the Duke commanded him to deliver them immediately and shut the door in his face. Once the Baron left, Cicely asked about Leila, whether it was true that she was his fiancé. To her, the girl and Fennel seemed rather close, since Leila didn't address him formally and acted far too freely. The Duke confirmed that this was only because they had been good friends since childhood. But Cicely argued that, despite their relationship, Leila had no right to speak to him so casually. She was only the daughter of a count, while Fennel was a duke. In her view, this could be considered improper and might even harm his reputation. Therefore, she believed, the girl ought to treat him with greater respect. That, in Cicely's opinion, would be better for both of them. Meanwhile, Baron Wizard returned to Lady Leila, unsure of what to do. The girl sighed and accepted the papers that the Duke had pushed onto her. She had expected something like this to happen. She never anticipated responsibility from Fennel, considering his 10 years of negligence. Yet, she also couldn't keep doing his work now that he had officially resumed his position as Duke. Leila knew that sooner or later, she would need to confront him about it, and also ask about that woman. Wizard noticed that something in her had changed, so he asked if she was all right. The girl wanted to reply that everything was fine, but a sudden clap of thunder interrupted her, and once again, she was overwhelmed with feelings of helplessness and loneliness. Trying not to reveal her emotions, Leila shifted the subject back to the documents. She corrected part of the paperwork and instructed the Baron to proceed according to her notes. So she told him that everything with the papers was in order and that he could now go and rest. Baron Wizard wished her a good night, apologized for disturbing her so late, and left her chambers. Now, wishing to finally rest, Leila sat down on her bed. But the weather had other plans. Lightning flashed and thunder roared again and again, terrifying her and preventing her from falling asleep. She tried to calm herself down, but nothing worked. Over and over, Leila remembered that tragic night. She wished that Misa would come and comfort her. Misa had always soothed her during such storms, staying with her until she drifted to sleep. Meanwhile, the maid was in the Duchess's chambers, now occupied by Cicely, serving the woman at the Duke's orders until a proper maid could be assigned. There she witnessed Fennel and Cicely whispering sweetly to one another. The woman leaned against the Duke, frightened by the thunder. In response, he leaned closer, about to kiss her. Misa felt uneasy, ashamed even, unable to bear watching him be so tender with another. So she turned her gaze away and asked if she could leave. Surprised that the maid was still there, he granted her permission to go. But just as Misa was about to leave the room, Cicely stopped her. She explained that after riding on horseback, her back and legs ached. The Duke offered to fetch medicine for her. But Cicely refused to take any medicine. Instead, she wanted her legs massaged. Misa suggested calling for a more skilled maid, since she still needed to attend to Lady Leila. But Fennel wouldn't even listen and ordered her to give the massage right there and then. The maid could not disobey his command, so she humbly complied. While Leila spent the whole night sleepless, trembling at every thunderclap, the Duke sat peacefully in his chambers, sipping wine and staring thoughtfully out the window. The next morning, the girl looked exhausted from the previous day's events and the stormy weather. Sitting before her mirror, she tried to tidy herself up and cover it. Just then, there was a knock at the door. It was Fennel, holding a letter in his hands. He wished to hand it over to her. The letter was an invitation to the imperial coronation ceremony, scheduled for the following month. As soon as she received and read it, she began calculating how much time she actually had. Since the journey to the capital would take 4 days, she only had 3 weeks left to summon a seamstress, choose a gown, and prepare shoes for the grand ceremony. Leila asked, in her usual tone, how long he planned to stay in the capital, since she needed to prepare for the rainy season before their departure. She also mentioned gifts and extra carriages. But Fennel interrupted her. He asked Leila to speak to him formally from now on. This request greatly surprised the girl. The Duke explained that when they attended numerous official events as a couple, if she addressed him informally, people around them might perceive such behavior as improper. He added to his explanation with a rhetorical question. Surely Leila didn't want to put him in an awkward position in front of others. These words troubled the girl, because Fennel had never complained about such things before. Wondering why he suddenly decided to change this now, she was certain that woman had said something to him. Without showing any emotion, the girl agreed to address him formally in public, but on one condition. The Duke would also have to address her as Lady Thebessa when they were in the presence of others. The young man agreed to this condition. Since they were heading to the palace, Fennel assumed Leila would summon a seamstress to sew her a new gown for the banquet, so he asked her about it. Then he asked whether Cicely could also have a new dress. The girl thought she had misheard, so she asked him to repeat himself. Fennel explained that he intended to take Cicely with them, to give her a tour of the capital during their free time, because he didn't want to leave the woman alone in the estate while they were gone. The girl, holding back her anger, agreed. The Duke added that she could also help their guest with the design of her new gown, since Leila was the lady of the house, and it was her duty to see to the needs of their guests. For the girl, this was the last straw, so she asked him whether he truly still considered her the lady of this house. Fennel, without hesitation, replied that he indeed thought so, and supported his words by reminding her that they were, after all, supposed to marry. But the girl wasn't sure of his words. Why then would he ask her to look after that woman, especially when she carried his child? Finally, Fennel realized why she had been so sad all this time. The Duke assured Leila that Cicely carrying his child was nothing more than an unfortunate mistake, and he could not abandon or neglect his offspring. Fennel said that once the woman gave birth, he would send her away, and asked Leila to believe him because only she was his fiancé. This meant the child would be accepted into the family, since her own father had once done the same, and that was how she had become Lady Thabessa. Leila understood everything. Still, it was unpleasant for her to hear. The girl gave him an ultimatum. If he truly wanted to marry her, he must never again ask her to help that woman with anything. One day in the garden, two servants were talking about their masters. To them, things didn't look very hopeful, since it seemed the Duke and Lady Thabessa didn't get along very well. They used to speak like friends, but lately they had been speaking more formally. The servants thought it was because of that woman who carried His Grace's child. They also wondered what would happen if she gave birth to a boy. One servant believed that woman would become Duchess and Lady Thabessa would be sent back. He hadn't finished speaking when Leila unexpectedly appeared behind them. She had heard their conversation. The servants tried to excuse themselves somehow, but the girl told them not to come up with such silly justifications. She even confirmed that they were almost right in their assumptions and told them they could gossip as much as they wished. This shocked the servants so much that they didn't know what to do next. Later, Leila felt fine. She hadn't expected the Duke to love her. The only desire she had was to receive his title and become Duchess. This was her way of escaping her own family. It hurt a little to see her fiancé carrying on a romance right under her nose, but as long as she and Cicely didn't cross paths, she felt everything was fine. But then, walking down the corridor, Leila met her. Cicely greeted her as if nothing had happened. The girl did not reply. Ignoring this, the woman mentioned that the child was growing quickly and asked if Leila wanted to touch her belly. The girl refused the offer and wanted to pass her as quickly as possible and go on her way. But the woman kindly stopped her, wanting to introduce herself, and stated her full name, Cicely Heliot. The girl remembered that the Heliot family once ruled the Muli's kingdom, which the empire had recently conquered. It turned out Cicely was a princess of that kingdom, but now those lands had fallen, and thus the name was worthless. Leila had been raised to be polite, so she introduced herself in return. The girl had no further business with her and wanted to leave, when the woman stopped her again, calling her Miss Thabessa. A royal family of a fallen kingdom becomes commoners, if not lower. So instead of calling her Miss, she should have addressed her as Lady Thabessa. Before the girl could correct Cicely, Misa appeared behind her and began scolding the woman. In her opinion, a princess of a conquered kingdom didn't deserve respectful treatment because of her former status. But the girl stopped Misa. Leila apologized for her maid, adding that her loyalty was so strong that sometimes she spoke too bluntly. She asked Cicely to accept her apology and bid her farewell by calling her Miss Heliot. Back in her room, the girl regretted having spoken to her at all. Misa brought her a letter from Countess Thabessa. It was from her stepmother. She had never been kind to her. Besides, she had never written to her since Leila moved here. Leila didn't want to dwell on it for long, so she took the letter from Misa's hands and began reading it. It started like an ordinary letter, but by the end, it turned out that Countess Thabessa wanted to visit the Williot estate tomorrow. This slightly shocked the girl. She didn't want to see her, but couldn't come up with a believable excuse. As she rose from the table, she replied that the Countess would arrive at the residence tomorrow. This worried Misa. Leila ordered her not to worry about it. But just as the maid was about to express her concern, another servant rushed into the room. She reported that the woman had fainted. This surprised everyone, since in the morning Leila thought she had looked fine. Now a doctor was examining her, and the Duke had rushed in to see Cicely. Leila calmed down a little, since Fennel had arrived to be with her, so she wasn't needed there. But because of this, she felt sad again. The girl continued speaking about the following day, when suddenly, an enraged Duke stormed loudly into her room. This frightened and shocked the girls. Fiancé, irritated, demanded to know what Leila had said to Cicely. Leila didn't understand what he was talking about, but the young man was certain she knew exactly what he meant. He insisted, because she had fainted right after her conversation with Leila, but Leila only asked if it was that woman who had told him so. Fiancé replied it wasn't Cicely, since she was still unconscious, but the doctor had discovered the cause could have been severe emotional stress. Moreover, the servants told him that Leila and Cicely had definitely met today. Leila folded her arms and rhetorically asked him whether he truly believed gossip. So she curtly explained what had happened and irritably asked him whether addressing someone by name could really be considered rude behavior. But these words only angered Fiancé more. Grabbing Leila by the shoulders, he furiously slammed her against the wall. The Duke said that if anything happened to Cicely or her child, the girl would pay for it. He ordered her to even watch her words, or he would do something terrible to her. From fear, she couldn't utter a word. After his threats, he released her and left the room. Leila was deeply frightened by the Duke's actions and began to feel unsafe. The maids were also scared and even more worried about their lady's condition. They tried to ask her about it, but the girl couldn't tell them anything. At that moment, Leila realized that despite all the kind words he had spoken to her and the agreements they had made, his feelings for Cicely were much stronger than she had expected. Moreover, the place of Duchess was still vacant, so anyone could claim it. So the girl thought that, in the end, their relationship might not end in marriage at all, but rather in the breaking of their engagement. The next day, during her free time, Leila was reading a book when Misa approached her. She informed her that Miss Cicely had regained consciousness and was feeling well. Also, Countess Thabessa had already arrived, so the girl closed her book and went to meet her, thinking that not a single day had passed without quarrels and upheavals. When they met, they exchanged polite greetings, but there was still tension between them. After the courtesies, the Countess immediately invited Leila to the drawing room and told her not to keep her waiting. She wanted to speak to the girl in private. Leila agreed and sent all the servants elsewhere, since it would be better if no one overheard their conversation. Countess Thabessa told her she looked quite radiant for someone who might soon lose her place. Leila asked her to get to the point quickly, since she wasn't in the mood for a long talk with her. The woman remarked that she was still as sharp-tongued and insolent as ever, clearly wanting to provoke her. Once again, Leila asked her to explain why she had come, since she was sure their conversation was unpleasant for both of them. But the Countess reproached her, saying she shouldn't behave so arrogantly just because she had played the role of Duchess for a few years, and reminded her that she still belonged to House Thabessa. Turning her face away, Leila asked if she had really traveled all this way just to say such things. But in truth, it turned out she had come because of rumors about the Williots. She had heard they were keeping a mistress, who was a princess of a conquered kingdom. Leila neither confirmed nor denied it, but Countess Thabessa was sure it was true, and began reproaching her again, saying this should be her primary concern right now. She reminded her that she had once ordered her to marry as soon as possible after the deaths of the Duke and Duchess. At the same time, she pulled a small red bottle out of her bag. Leila asked her about it. It turned out to be a medicine that promoted conception and pregnancy. But then she pulled out another bottle, this time a blue one. This one was for getting rid of a child. With a calm face, the Countess added that just a single drop would be enough for it to work. Leila was horrified at the thought of what her stepmother was capable of. The girl suddenly stood up and told her not to speak such nonsense, saying it would have been better if she hadn't come at all. But Countess Thabessa told her to open her eyes and asked whether she truly believed the Duke would marry her once that woman bore him a child. In the Countess's opinion, the engagement would most likely be broken, or, if she was lucky, she might become Duchess, but only on paper at best. And Leila herself was already wondering what would happen to her once the child was born, and whether she would ever get married at all. She didn't want to return to the county, The Countess added that she was very worried about her, which was why she had come to help. Leila replied that she would pretend she hadn't heard a single word of hers and asked her to leave immediately. The Countess told the girl to think about her words, because sooner or later she would have to make a decision. And she left the bottles on the table. Right after the tense conversation, she locked herself in her room and reflected on what Countess Thebessa had said. The girl hated Cicely, but not enough to kill her child, since it was innocent. Leila thought that if anyone should be condemned, it was Fennel, for betraying their engagement. But there was another side to the coin. If the woman gave birth to his child, she wasn't sure what would happen to her. Thinking about this, she looked at the 2 potions, but her troubling thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door. It was Misa. Entering, she gave a small bow and reported that her tailor had already arrived. Once again trying to hide her worries and fears, Leila carried on the conversation and walked over to the bedside table where the bottles lay, and discreetly closed it while continuing the dialogue. The girl also asked about the jeweler and the shoemaker. Misa replied that they would arrive a little later. Since the departure to the capital was in 2 days, she asked to tell them to hurry. The tailor was already in the drawing room. Leila asked the maid to call the Duke to come there as well. But the maid reported that he was already there. This shocked the girl. It turned out that the Duke was teaching Cicely how to greet guests. So now they were together in the drawing room. Receiving guests was a privilege reserved for the mistress of the manor. But Cicely wasn't supposed to have any privileges at all as a mere mistress. After hearing this, her legs gave way, and she grabbed the vanity table to keep from falling. Although Leila was not yet the mistress of this house, Cicely could not in any case take on this role. The girl felt as if she were only a puppet, playing the Duchess's part with Fennel's permission, and that to him, they were no different. Misa was worried about her lady's condition, so she asked the girl if she wanted her to force that woman to leave. Leila calmed Misa, saying that if this was what the Duke wanted, they had no other choice but to obey. Entering the room, the girl acted as if nothing had happened and said she hadn't expected to meet him here. The Duke, in turn, greeted her coldly and formally. Next to him stood the tailor. The man was shocked and confused by the situation, but still greeted her. Ignoring it, she asked if her dress was finished. The tailor felt uncertain and didn't know what to do. He replied that her dress was ready, and that Miss Cicely was examining it at that moment. Seeing the girl, Cicely turned and greeted her. But Leila was shocked by something, so she only asked her what she was wearing. Cicely didn't understand the question and gently asked her to repeat it. The clothes Cicely had put on was a maternity dress that the late Duchess had given to Leila, so for the girl, it was very special and sacred. Leila repeated her question, this time more correctly, but angrily. But Fennel immediately intervened, since it was he who had allowed her to wear it, and asked her not to be angry at the woman. But the girl's rage did not subside. She asked him if she could then direct her disappointment at him instead, for taking her dress without her consent. But Fennel only said that she was being overly dramatic about an ordinary piece of clothing. Moreover, he believed that since it was a maternity dress, she didn't need it now anyway, and that he had found a better use for it than letting it gather dust. But Leila replied that the dress wasn't gathering dust. The girl had carefully placed it in the coziest corner of her wardrobe to protect it. Leila added that she didn't believe the Duke had found the dress, and was sure it was Cicely who had gone into her wardrobe without permission. But Fennel began to justify himself, saying that they had no other choice since Cicely needed to greet the guests, and she lacked appropriate attire because the girl hadn't arranged in advance for a dress for her. Leila was shocked at such an accusation against her. But before she could find an excuse, Cicely tearfully apologized and said that Fennel and the girl shouldn't fight because of this. After these words, the woman burst into tears, believing that she herself was to blame for the situation because she had no dresses of her own. To calm Cicely, the Duke sat down and gently pulled her to him. In his opinion, she had no reason to apologize since she had done nothing wrong. After that, Fennell ordered the servants to immediately bring the woman cold tea and a towel. On the day when the pregnant stranger had first arrived at the manor, Leila had convinced herself to be careful. She understood that this woman was a threat to her. But considering everything, it seemed to the girl that she was the stranger among them. With these thoughts, Leila and Misa left the drawing room. The next day, while hanging the laundry, the servants discussed various rumors, including that the Duke adored his new mistress, and that Lady Thabessa hated her so much that she hadn't even allowed her a single dress. One of them said she would have done the same in her place and wouldn't have given her even a scrap of fabric. They also wondered if she and the Duke would break off their engagement. Passing by, Leila and Misa accidentally overheard part of their conversation.
Make sure to like and subscribe to the channel for more videos. Meow. Wow.
Killian swung his sword before them, and from it burst a blaze of searing fire that lit the hall. This was Aura, the secret ability of Killian. Only true masters of the sword possessed it. In this world, however, Aura was considered something magical, shunned, and rarely used beyond the battlefield. Worse still, the magicians were already hostile toward the imperial family. Now that Killian had revealed his secret before them, he might face danger in the future. Despite knowing this, he still chose to use Aura. The little cat wondered why Killian was willing to go so far. He demanded that they decide whether they would deal with the curse or not. The Duke reluctantly agreed to obey the prince's command, but begged him to retrieve the Aura. The cat realized how much this world had already deviated from the novel's original plot. Yet even in this altered reality, survival was all that mattered. The Duke suddenly cried out in shock. His eyes locked on the cat, unable to understand what he was witnessing. Killian asked if the examination was complete. The Duke, unsettled, admitted that no one in the world could remove something of this nature. Approaching the trembling creature, the Duke reached out as if to pet her. He declared that what rested upon her was not a curse, but a divine blessing, claiming that God himself protected this cat. Harid erupted in outrage, shouting that according to prophecy, cats were evil beings deserving of death. Yet the Duke insisted otherwise. It was hard to believe, but in his opinion, this cat and her ancestors had survived because divine protection had shielded them. Killian asked if that meant she had not appeared out of nowhere. The Duke confirmed that he felt ancient power within her, suggesting that somewhere her parents might still exist. The cat froze at the mention of her parents. Shocked by the Duke's story, she listened carefully, trying not to miss a single word. The Duke then called his son over and ordered him to examine her memories. Perhaps that way they could learn something more. Harid balked at the request, protesting that he had not studied magic only to use it on animals. The Duke shouted at him, reminding him that all living beings were equal. Harid grew even more furious at his father's words. Embarrassed by his son's insolence, the Duke turned to Killian and apologized, explaining that his only intention had been to help. Harid then asked if His Highness would at least permit him to touch the paw of the prince's precious cat. Killian disliked the idea, but reluctantly allowed him to touch only the very tip of her paw. Harid began his work, lightly brushing the paw with his fingers before closing his eyes in concentration. For a long while he remained silent, unsure of what he was seeing. Then he described visions of a garden within a castle, followed by the sight of the castle itself, and nothing more. He finally added that the very first memory belonged to the small, fluffy kitten the prince had discovered in that same castle garden. Harid seemed puzzled. There was nothing else. Indeed, the kitten's memories contained nothing beyond the moment she had first seen Killian in the vast castle garden. According to Harid, the only figure within her memories was the prince himself. The cat, too, failed to understand what this meant. Killian found the revelation incomprehensible. His desire to know her past only grew stronger. Harid explained that, for reasons unknown, The cat had lost all her previous memories. Killian reflected on the words. If she remembered no one but him, then why was he the sole figure in her mind? He wondered if magic could reveal more about the so-called blessing. The magician explained that the divine power within the cat blocked sorcery, meaning another method would be required. Killian instructed them to search not only for information about the curse, but also for the prophecy. The Duke admitted that the original manuscript had been destroyed. Killian declared that if they worked together, they could uncover the truth. Harid realized that the prince had not come merely to investigate the curse. He had a larger purpose. Killian confirmed this by presenting them with a sealed envelope. Inside was a contract he had specifically prepared for them, one he urged them to read carefully. When they saw the imperial sun emblem stamped upon it, they stared in shock. The Duke asked why Killian had chosen them. Killian explained that the Deucin family was the only mage lineage that had never submitted to the royal family. That independence was exactly what he needed. He assured them that his offer would be highly advantageous. The Duke pressed him to state the proposal clearly. Killian replied that he wished to restore the academy. The previous emperor had closed it to crush any chance of organized resistance from magicians. Killian believed reopening it would be the key to forging an alliance. The Duke warned that this path would expose Killian to grave danger. The prince answered that he would face that risk himself, while they should focus on preparing the magicians. Killian admitted that the empire was already in poor condition, and now, with the mystery of the cat, they faced challenges never seen before. He promised that though it would not be easy, he had already made his decision. If they trusted him, he would ensure that the magicians would one day gain glory and success. The Duke hesitated, remarking that signing such a contract was like surrendering one's very life. For a magician, great power could only be exercised in service to a master. The stronger the magic, the more of oneself was lost. In truth, all of a mage's strength ultimately belonged to their master. Killian assured them that his pursuit was not for lofty ambition, but for the sake of discovering the truth. He pressed them to uncover why the prophecy contradicted what they had just witnessed, and what secrets it might conceal. The Duke thought carefully, then turned to his son, saying that although it would be difficult, he would attempt it. At last, the Duke looked directly at Killian and swore loyalty, pledging to carry out his commands from that day until the end of his life. Killian felt proud. The magicians had accepted his proposal, and now he had become their master. The magicians bowed, declaring that after 500 years, they once again welcomed a master of their house. Killian was startled at the word master. Harid confirmed it. His Highness was now their rightful lord. Since Killian had become their master, he decided to issue his very first command. The mages were surprised at how quickly this happened and asked what he desired. The prince presented them with a large collection of women's clothing, leaving them puzzled as to why he needed it. He ordered them to enchant the garments so that they would automatically adjust to the size of their owner. When one mage questioned the purpose, the prince insisted that this would be his first order and demanded it be carried out. The mages obeyed and began casting spells over the box of clothing. After some time, they reported the task complete, assuring that the clothes would now fit perfectly. Killian praised Harid for his work, thanked him, and announced that for the day, everything was finished. Night finally fell, covering the Duke's estate in silence and darkness. The prince sat in his chamber near the bed and called for the cat, who approached him curiously, as if asking what was wrong. Killian showed her the enchanted clothes and gestured for her to put them on. The cat stared back, utterly confused. She realized it was human clothing being handed to her and refused, thinking it would only bring discomfort. She thought about how pleasant it was to curl up on cool sheets without clothing, drifting to sleep freely, and how unfair it was to be forced to give that up. Frustrated, She thought about how she was already trapped in this feline body and didn't want to lose the small comforts of a cat's life. In her mind, she cried for justice, the freedom of animals, and the right to sleep in comfort. Killian noted her resistance, remarking that if she refused to wear them, she might regret it later. The cat gazed at him with wide eyes, unable to understand why he wanted her in human clothes. When bedtime arrived, she slipped into the bed and fell asleep. Once again, the prince found a beautiful young woman lying before him, forcing him to cover her with a blanket. Lying beside her, Killian admired her sleeping form, smiling as he recalled why he had asked her to dress. Morning arrived with clear skies and scattered white clouds. It was nearly May. In the novel, Killian had consumed a great deal of potions by the age of 19. He should have been weak, writhing in pain, with a dark aura surrounding him. Yet he appeared full of life and health, making the cat wonder if he possessed some hidden gift of healing. Nothing suggested he was hiding pain, she thought, while he placed a bowl of milk before her, encouraging her to eat. As she turned toward the large window, she spotted a massive bird flying directly toward them. She recognized it as a white eagle, marveling at its beauty as it approached with a message tied to its leg. Killian noted its arrival, and she realized he had seen it before. Which wasn't surprising in a fantasy world. The prince, clearly awaiting the message, opened the window as the eagle landed gracefully on the sill. He removed the letter from its leg. Reading it, Killian saw that the writer would not be meeting him again, but at least she had explained, rather than leaving him in uncertainty. He offered the eagle water, remarking on how obedient the bird was. The cat, still nervous, thought the same. The eagle turned its gaze toward the cat, who stared back in awe at such an intelligent, majestic creature. Killian explained that the eagle's name was Micho, trained long ago by his mother, and that by evening it would deliver his reply. The cat, still shaken, thought about how birds were the only way to send messages in this world. Killian then mentioned he needed to meet with the emperor and asked if it was fine to leave her in the room. She agreed with a soft meow. The letter was from his mother, apologizing for canceling their meeting and leaving so suddenly. She explained she had traveled to the lands of Tanessa for treatment, but assured him nothing serious had occurred. On his way to the emperor, Killian paused several times, rereading his mother's words. At one window, he looked out at the sky, recalling how she had once called him the son of Huper, and reminded him of his duty as ruler. The sunlight poured through the glass as he thought about her words, ending with Elise's prayer for the sun. In the garden, birds chirped cheerfully under the bright sun, and he couldn't help but admire the beauty around him. On the path, he encountered a large beast lying in a pool of blood, with hunters nearby explaining how it hadn't moved under repeated lashings, but collapsed from a single shot. Soon after, he met the emperor, Adolf Reinhardt, who proudly declared the beast a remarkable gift from the continent of Lebar. Over tea, the emperor asked if the prince had enjoyed their entertainment with the hunt. Killian lost his appetite, ordering the beast to be returned to the Great Plains. As he spoke with the emperor, the doors opened, and a man entered the chamber. The man introduced himself as Lino Macmillan, the chief of staff, apologizing for disturbing them, but insisting he had urgent news for His Majesty. The emperor granted him permission. Leno whispered into the emperor's ear, and his expression turned grim. The emperor shouted at Killian, furious about reports of mages appearing everywhere. He demanded an explanation, while Killian calmly sipped his tea, already aware that the shifting movement of mages had been noticed. Leno Macmillan was a ruthless and dishonest man, secretly working for Countess Giselle despite his high position. Killian decided to surprise them all, admitting that the change was his doing since he had summoned the mages. The emperor could not comprehend why his son had acted this way or what had driven him. Killian thought how unexpected it must have been for him to confess openly. He explained that it was better to keep the mages close and under watch. The emperor asked for clarity, and Killian confirmed this was his plan. Unlike nobles, ordinary people turned to wizards when they needed healing or had small problems to solve, the prince explained to the emperor. By using magicians, the imperial family could seize both the trust and the power those magicians held, Killian remarked. He added with a laugh that it was all for the emperor's sake. The emperor noted that Killian seemed to worry greatly about his father. Killian then asked Leno Macmillan if he agreed. Leno laughed and responded without hesitation that His Highness truly loved his father. Then they saw Countess Gisela approaching along the garden path. She commented on how many guests were present. She dismissed Leno, saying she would have liked to enjoy the tea, but it was too noisy. Leno bowed and quickly left. Watching him leave, the prince thought to himself what a pitiful man Leno seemed. At first glance, he found him deeply unpleasant. The emperor asked the countess what brought her there, thinking she should have been busy preparing for the masquerade. She explained that she had heard about the rare black lion in the greenhouse and came to see it, but asked where it was. Killian replied with a laugh that he had sent it back to the plains, though she could visit it if she wished. The emperor asked how preparations for the ball were going. She answered that she was working very hard. With a laugh, she added that if Her Majesty were present, she would handle it even better. The emperor dismissed the thought, saying there was no need to mention someone more concerned with personal recovery than with state affairs, and that Catherine's efforts were more than enough. The countess responded that he was being cold. She then asked what His Highness thought. Killian politely said he had high expectations for her as well. Internally, however, he was irritated, thinking he might prefer to kill them all right then. Yet he decided it was too early. They didn't deserve a quick death. Instead, he would slowly suffocate them of power until they begged for death, he thought. Later that night, when Killian returned to his room feeling unwell, the kitten had already fallen fast asleep on the bed, but woke when he stumbled in. She sat watching him, unable to understand what had happened at the tea gathering. She wondered if Countess Gisela had once again slipped something into his food, since he seemed to be suffering. The sharp pain and vomiting resembled side effects of a potion. It really did seem the food had been poisoned, she thought. She also recalled that his signs of dependence on the potion began when he turned 19. Everything connected. In that moment, Killian felt so ill, he was ready to kill his own father and seize the throne. He was drenched in sweat, his legs weak and his mind clouded, unable to understand what was happening to him. The kitten thought it was unfair. He was far too young for such suffering. Why hadn't anyone noticed how much pain he was in? She realized he wasn't even hiding it well. Perhaps it was because no one in the palace was truly on his side. Still, as she sat on the floor beside the couch where the prince lay, she thought he was the only one protecting her. She hurried to the box of clothes he had bought for her and began rummaging through it. Pulling out one of her dresses, she soaked it in water, determined to do whatever she could for him. She pressed the damp fabric against his burning forehead, hoping to bring down the fever. The room was left in disarray as she worked, and exhaustion washed over her. She thought the fever should drop at least a little, sitting on the floor and worrying about him. She wished she could sleep on the bed under the sheet, but she had scattered all the pillows while rushing around. Since climbing onto the bed wasn't an option, she decided to slip into her cat pajamas instead. The sight of herself in the pajamas amused her. She thought that if Killian saw her, he would laugh too. She wondered if this effort was enough to repay him for sparing her life as she lay on the floor in the dark room. Morning came. Sunlight streamed through the tall window, birds sang cheerfully outside, and a cool breeze drifted in. Killian stirred awake, feeling something damp on his forehead. When he picked it up, he saw a small, wet pajama piece and realized the kitten must have placed it there. Rising from the couch, he looked down and saw the same magical girl sleeping soundly on the floor. He wondered if she had really put on the pajamas and realized she must have done it all for his sake. Watching her, he thought she had fallen asleep while caring for him, the only one who showed him kindness in that wretched place. He thought she might catch a cold lying on the floor and that he would then be forced to care for her. Lifting her gently into his arms, he carried her to the bed. She kept sleeping soundly as he considered whether she deserved a reward. Killian thought long about what name he might give this sleeping beauty. Finally, he whispered, "Renette," which meant small queen. Smiling, he thought it suited her perfectly, since she was the only one who could command him. He gently touched her nose, and she awoke, realizing she was lying on the bed and wondering how long she had slept. Opening her eyes, she saw the prince sitting nearby, watching her. She looked confused when he called her Renette, not understanding why. He told her it would be her name from now on. She was surprised, but realized she had never had a name in this world. Now Killian had given her one. Renette. The kitten cried out, more concerned about whether he was feeling better. He reassured her that thanks to a certain kitten's care, he was fine, and gave her the name as gratitude. She meowed joyfully, relieved that his fever was gone, and happy he was recovering. The prince admitted that he had something else to share. He explained that whenever Renette fell asleep, she transformed into a human and slept without clothes. Shock washed over the kitten as she realized she appeared completely bare while asleep. She could not understand why it happened and stared at the prince with wide, confused eyes. Horrified at the thought, she imagined herself lying naked in front of him night after night. The embarrassment was unbearable, and she wanted nothing more than to run straight out the window. The prince called her name gently, noticing how she sat nervously at the edge of the bed, her tail flicking back and forth. He wondered if she no longer wanted to look at him. The kitten pretended to pout, feeling deeply embarrassed that he had seen her in such a state. She acted as though she were upset with him. Killian calmly described what Renette looked like in her human form, but she could hardly handle the shame. She hissed in protest, wishing he would stop. He continued to watch her, puzzled by her strong reaction. To him, there was nothing terrible about it at all. Trying to soothe her, the prince began to explain further, but the kitten, overcome with frustration, unsheathed her sharp claws. Without realizing it, she scratched him in the heat of the moment. Killian looked down at the mark on his skin, but said nothing. The kitten immediately panicked, insisting it was just a reflex. Killian told her to rest for now, while he went to work. She thought he must have been angry with her for scratching him. The prince glanced again at the shallow wound. Even if she tried to attack, the worst she could manage was a tiny scratch. As he reached the door, he turned, smiled faintly, and reminded her to behave until he returned. She lay on the bed, flicking her tail anxiously, waiting for his return. She promised herself she would apologize as soon as he came back. Suddenly, voices echoed in the corridor, urging one another to search quickly for anything that could be used against the prince. The voices drew closer, and then the door burst open. Terrified, the kitten wondered who would dare to enter Killian's chambers without permission. The intruders muttered about not having much time, certain that the prince's meeting with the Laverne envoy would not last long. Among them, the kitten spotted Countess Catherine Harmon Gisela. Knowing she was the emperor's favorite, the kitten still could not believe the woman had the audacity to search the crown prince's private quarters. The countess ordered them to find anything that might connect him to a woman, mentioning rumors about his visit to a clothing shop. The kitten realized in shock that it was the very shop where he had bought her pajamas. Another woman in a green dress approached the countess, clearly displeased. She apologized, questioning whether the prince's supposed relationship with a woman was truly worth such worry. She feared the interference might backfire. The countess cut her off sharply, reminding her that she had no right to think for herself and should simply follow orders. Accusing her of wasting time, the countess scolded her further until the woman, Lady Anna Rose, apologized again. Curiosity burned in the Countess as she wondered aloud whether the woman the prince was seeing belonged to the nobility. If she had been an aristocrat, the prince would have met her openly at the palace. The fact that he visited her elsewhere suggested she was of lower status, and therefore unsuitable to be seen in public with him. The Countess commanded her followers to seize anything that seemed suspicious. The kitten hid trembling under the bed, terrified of being discovered. The women searched the chamber thoroughly, but found nothing. Furious, the Countess accused them of incompetence, shouting that even a blind person would be more useful. Just then, a maid entered the room to clean, unaware of the scene she had walked into. She froze in shock at the sight of the Countess inside the prince's chambers, stammering apologies. The Countess demanded to know who she was and accused her of spying for the prince. The maid denied it, insisting she had only come to tidy the room. The Countess pressed further, demanding to know why she had entered without permission. The maid pleaded that the prince himself had said there was no need to knock if the door was already open. The Countess called her a liar, threatening to rip out her tongue if she did not confess. Lady Anna Rose stepped in, whispering something in the Countess's ear. At last, the Countess agreed it was time to leave. As she exited, she glared back at the maid, warning that she would not forget her face. The kitten remained frozen under the bed, trembling with fear until they were finally gone. Relief washed over her. She felt pity for the maid, but hoped she would leave soon as well. Instead, the girl approached the bed. The maid knelt beside it, wiping away dust. The kitten was startled by how close she suddenly was. The maid then peered under the bed. The kitten panicked, certain she had been spotted, though she had remained completely still in the shadows. The maid reached her hand underneath, as if searching for something. The kitten shivered with dread, wondering if she somehow knew. Why else would she search under there? The kitten held her breath, trying not to be caught. It became clear she was not there for cleaning. Her hand crept closer, only inches away. At that very moment, Killian returned to the chamber. He demanded to know what she was doing as he caught her reaching beneath his bed. The maid froze, terrified at his sudden appearance, unsure of what to say. Killian, visibly angry, pressed her for an explanation. He could not understand what she had been searching for. He paused in the middle of the room, realizing with confusion that the maid should not have even been able to enter. He had locked the door. The maid stammered that the door had already been open when she arrived, so she had simply walked in. The prince shouted at the maid to leave immediately. She apologized respectfully and hurried out of the room. After she was gone, the prince looked around nervously. He began calling for his beloved cat, Rhinette, terrified something might have happened to her. Hearing his voice, the cat felt relieved. Her fear faded, and she crawled out from under the bed. The prince picked her up in his arms, checking carefully if she was unharmed. The thought that someone might have hurt her frightened him deeply. He recalled how he had locked the door before leaving and realized the only one who could have opened it was Countess Gisela. The cat meowed in surprise, wondering how he figured that out. He remembered meeting the Countess in the corridor earlier and noticed how pale she had looked. The cat's gaze then fell on his hand, where scratches from earlier still remained. She thought about how badly she had treated him, yet he had still protected her. At that moment, she suddenly noticed a bright light. The prince remarked that someone was trying to contact him. The cat, alarmed, wondered what was happening. He asked if she wanted to know more about her true situation. Shocked, the cat stared at him with wide eyes, not understanding what he meant by that. Meanwhile, the palace garden was breathtaking, filled with lush greenery and fragrant flowers. Walking through it felt like pure bliss. One day, a maid was strolling through the garden when she noticed something strange with the flowers. She was surprised to see them withered, unlike how the garden usually appeared. The silence in the garden struck her as eerie, almost unreal. Then a voice came from behind, asking how she had entered this place. Slowly, she turned around. Duke Valendusen told her he had created this place with magic, and that only he and his master could enter. He asked what exactly she was searching for. The girl insisted she had simply gotten lost, but the man suspected she was looking for the cat. She froze, clearly hiding something, though she tried to deny it. Trembling, she claimed she didn't know what he meant. Valen urged her to tell the truth right away. He warned that his master didn't like wasting time. Behind him, Killian appeared, silently watching her. Recognizing him, the maid greeted the crown prince nervously. He recalled seeing her before as the one who had been snooping in his chambers. He demanded her name. She introduced herself as Irina. He then remarked that it seemed she hadn't found anything back then. The terrified maid insisted she had only wanted to clean his room, her face turning pale with fear. The prince dismissed her excuses, saying her lies were pointless. He stepped closer and ordered her to reveal who she was working for. His anger grew so fierce that his shouting made her break into a cold sweat. The girl began to cry, swearing she wasn't a spy and therefore had nothing to confess. The prince disagreed and reached for his large sword, declaring it was not a request, but a command. The maid cried out in panic, begging for her life, claiming she served no one. The cat, peeking timidly from his pocket, realized Killian was truly furious. Watching the scene, she feared he might actually kill the servant. Killian decided there was no reason to continue the conversation and drew his sword. The cat leapt out of his pocket, desperate to stop him from becoming a merciless tyrant. She clung to the blade with her tiny paws, determined to prevent him from striking down the maid who refused to speak. Duke Dusen quickly stepped in, telling him to leave the servant unharmed. The cat, still gripping the sword, felt relieved. Finally, she had managed to stop him. Killian, stunned, asked why she interfered. She responded that it was because he was about to kill someone. The man then noticed the cat and worried what might happen if someone else discovered they had brought her along. Killian explained that the cat was directly involved in this matter, so she had a right to be present. The maid stood silently, listening to their conversation, unsure what to do next. A part of her longed to reach out and hold the cat. She thought the cat didn't seem afraid of her, though it was strange since they had never met before. Slowly, the maid tried to approach the prince, reaching for the frightened cat in his arms. Valen warned Killian to hold the cat tightly because the maid seemed determined to grab her. Terrified, the cat thought the maid was really about to seize her as the woman's hands drew closer. Instead, the maid gently stroked the cat and asked if she was alive, then whispered with trembling emotion, calling her daughter. Reinette stared at the maid in shock, unable to understand why she was being called that. Memories surfaced. Once, a maid had taken her little kitten, her daughter, into the palace garden. She had told the kitten to hide if anyone came and to run if someone tried to catch her. The mother had urged her to behave well, promising to return soon. After her work was done, she went back to the garden, searching for her daughter. But when she returned, the kitten was nowhere to be found. The maid called out for her, expecting her little one to run to her as usual, but no one came. She searched frantically throughout the garden, crying out desperately for her daughter. When the search turned up nothing, despair hit her. Her beloved little girl had vanished. She stood there, lost and broken, not even knowing where to begin looking. Killian explained that he must have found the girl at that time and taken her away. The maid agreed, confirming it seemed likely. She admitted she had thought she had lost her daughter forever, but realized the girl had merely lost her memories and had been with Killian all along. It was probably terrifying for her, the maid thought, as she held her daughter tightly. The cat, pressed in her arms, thought she couldn't breathe. The maid expressed her gratitude for sparing them both, and the prince asked if that made her a cat too. She confirmed it. The prince asked if she could answer a few questions in exchange. The maid gladly agreed, overjoyed to have found her daughter. He asked if there were any other cats besides the two of them. She shook her head, indicating there were none. She explained that after a prophecy was announced, cats had been hunted, even by wizards. That's how most cats had been destroyed. Killian considered that the prophecy claimed cats would bring destruction to the world. At that time, cats were regarded as evil creatures that killed children as sacrifices for demons. The cat thought it was just an old story, yet she felt deep sadness and guilt, telling herself she felt unwell. She had the strange sensation of having seen it all before, as if these feelings were repeating themselves. She wondered who these feelings truly belonged to, trying to remember, but nothing came to mind. Killian called the cat Renette, and she looked attentively at him. He asked if she was all right, and she reassured him that she was. The maid asked if he had named her Renette himself. He confirmed, and then asked what her real name was, assuming the maid had originally given it. She admitted she hadn't named her yet, clutching the cat nervously, unsure how to reveal the truth. She explained to the prince that they were cursed. He looked at her, puzzled by the origin of this curse. Curious, Killian asked the maid to elaborate on who had cursed the cats. She explained that their curse transformed them into cats. On the night of the red moon, they became pregnant. A punishment, she said. Killian was surprised and asked why. The maid admitted she didn't know, and the cat listened intently. Duke Deucin reminded them that the red moon rose only once every 70 years. He noted that the last red moon had appeared 18 years ago, in the year 115 of the imperial calendar. 10 months later, the maid's daughter was born. The maid was now 89 years old. The cat wondered at her youthful appearance. The cat realized she wouldn't age either, and that she would become pregnant on the night of the red moon, shocking her. The maid explained that her child would fully mature in 1 year, meaning she herself had only 1 year left to live. She elaborated that they were born and grew up like humans, but after turning 20, they stopped aging and maintained the same appearance for life. Killian said he now understood how their lives worked, but he wondered why the maid had not yet named Renette. The maid admitted something unexpected had happened, her face filled with sorrow and tears. The cat, sitting in her arms, listened carefully, still unaware of what had been happening to them. Killian asked her to clarify. She explained that they looked like humans while awake. At night, when they slept, they transformed into cats. This, she said, was their curse. The cat stared at her mother, confused because everything had been opposite for her. Killian struggled to understand as well, realizing the little cat only became human at night. The maid clarified that Renette's curse differed from her own, happening in reverse. Killian asked why Renette had a different curse. The cat was eager to know the answer. The maid had wanted to name her after figuring things out, but lacking any clue, she had not yet done so. Killian asked if anything like this had happened before. The maid confirmed that it had not. Killian asked if she had any ideas. She replied that none had been confirmed, but she knew of a place where they could find the information they needed. The prince asked where that place was, eager to help uncover the truth. Irina was nervous, unsure how to tell Killian, knowing she had to reveal her secret. The cat felt trust in her mother as she sat in her arms, knowing she was loved. Irina finally summoned the courage to tell the prince where to find the information, still scared, but determined. She requested to be taken to the Imperial Archives, believing that was the only place to find the clues. Killian was surprised. Access to the archives seemed nearly impossible, and he wasn't sure how to help. The maid explained that access was highly restricted, but that the archives were likely the only place to find relevant information. Killian called Valen over and asked if he could teleport everyone there. Irina was frightened by the prince's plan, knowing it would put everyone at risk. Valen agreed to Killian's plan, but hesitated, asking what if they were caught. The prince reassured him that he would handle everything. Irina felt relief and gratitude that the prince had decided to help, thankful that he wouldn't leave them alone. Killian explained that he was acting only to uncover the truth and didn't need their thanks. Approaching the desk, he asked the worker how much he'd done. In response, he heard, "Do you think it's much?" After a brief silence, the advisor added that he sincerely hoped the prince's plan wasn't to drive him to the grave. But Killian assured him he cared, patting him on the back. The man only squeezed the handle tighter in silence. The man suggested he could just resign to stop suffering. But the emperor immediately refused. Hearing the refusal, the advisor suggested at least hiring new workers. Killian said Burr was the only one he could rely on. Bear was so exhausted that he considered committing treason just to spend the rest of his life in prison. But suddenly, unexpectedly for the advisor, the emperor agreed with the idea of hiring a new assistant. The man practically lit up at these words, asking the emperor again the same question. Seizing the moment, Bear suggested hiring 3 assistants. Killian replied, asking if maybe he could handle it himself. Realizing nothing would work, he agreed to just 1 assistant. Bear added that he would immediately start looking for a recommendation from the nobility. But the emperor said the candidates would have to take an exam instead. A hiring exam for new officials existed, but in practice, it had never been used. Everything was appointed through recommendations or by selecting outstanding academy graduates. Bear began to get nervous again, but still asked when the prince planned to hold the exam. Killian said it was planned for a month from now. The assistant thought it was a bit soon, but promised to arrange everything. Then he asked which subjects would be on the test, thinking only about administrative ones. The emperor objected, saying they would be tested on all subjects: administrative, political, social welfare, tax law, and so on. Bear asked if he really meant to include all those subjects, hoping he was joking. The emperor said candidates needed that knowledge if they wanted to be assistants. With every answer, Bear lost hope of getting a new assistant. But somehow, he was afraid to object, thinking the emperor might change his mind. Smiling, Killian asked to add a note that women could also apply. Meanwhile, Leila was enjoying a bath, thinking about the banquet. The banquet lasted 2 days, and she could only attend today. The second day was reserved exclusively for men. So today she had to behave well, though the girl wasn't sure she could. She and Fennell were on the worst terms because of the handkerchief incident. They had had brief conversations before, but even that had stopped. Leila wondered if she should worry that it would stay this way, even when they were in the banquet hall. When the girl put on her dress, a servant complimented her, saying she looked wonderful. Perhaps because of the shine of her hair, like the night sky, the silver dress suited her perfectly. According to the servants, no one could compare to her in that dress. Leila guessed they said that just to flatter her, but she hadn't liked a dress this much in a long time. So she decided to reward the tailor who made it when she returned to the estate. Leila asked how Fennell was. The servants told her he was ready and waiting for her in the hall. She was ready too, so she hurried to the carriage to make it to the banquet on time. But then disaster struck. The dress was ruined. Cicely had apparently spilled wine on her by accident when she bumped into the door rushing to the room. She begged for forgiveness, bowing before her. Leila silently stared at the woman for a few seconds. The girl wondered what she should do. If Cicely had done it on purpose, it would be smart to scold her. But it looked like an accident, and she would look terrible if she overreacted. So she pushed the thoughts aside and asked the servant if they had any other dresses and if there was another silver one. This wasn't just any banquet. It was in honor of the coronation. So for Leila, the most important thing right now was to change quickly and get to the celebration as fast as possible. The estate had a few dresses, and this was the only silver one they'd brought to the capital. Leila had already done her makeup and chosen accessories for this dress, so she didn't have time to switch everything. Plus, her outfit needed to match Fenella's, so she couldn't pick another color. She ordered them to bring something similar to the dress, along with accessories and shoes. And she told another servant to report that Leila would be late and that he could go ahead without her. The girl turned and went back to her room, ignoring Cicely's apologies, since it looked like an accident. The emperor was already ready for the banquet, waiting for all the guests to arrive. Bear was watching from the window, reporting who had arrived. That's when Duke Williot arrived. The man reported on him as well. Callian asked his assistant in surprise if he had really come alone, without his bride. Hearing confirmation, he went to the window himself to be sure. Satisfied, he ordered Bear to postpone the banquet. The emperor had never met Leila Thebessa before, but her name was known among the aristocracy, and thus to him as well. Her reputation wasn't spotless. Rumors said the daughter of a minor noble had quite a good connection with the Williot family. There were even rumors about why the Duke and Duchess treated her like their own daughter. People gossiped that Duke Williot had had an affair, and that Leila was either his daughter or, some even said, his lover. When the Duke and Duchess died, leaving young Fennel as Duke, everyone tried to take control of the duchy. Though no open conflicts occurred, some stirred intrigue. It seemed strange to Callian that the Williot family hadn't changed at all. They remained steadfast. The emperor didn't see Fennel as a genius. In fact, he thought him embarrassingly stupid for a duke. He expected the Williot family to fall apart after the succession. He assumed the man would have a capable assistant by his side, so he decided to check. But what he discovered was very interesting to him. The only thing holding the Williot family together wasn't Fennel, nor the remarkable assistant, but a young lady who had just come of age. That was Leila Thebessa. The man had forgotten about her when he was at war. Callian didn't want her talents to go to waste staying beside that fool. He wanted to let her freely show her abilities to the world. Bear asked him to go to the banquet hall to start the event. In response, the emperor asked if Duke Williot was still alone in the hall. The servant added that if he was asking about his bride, Leila hadn't arrived yet. Hearing confirmation, Callian guessed something had happened on the way, since he was sure the girl wouldn't miss such an important day. While the emperor pondered, Burr reminded him he should head to the hall. Callian ordered the banquet start postponed again. Bear was very surprised by the command. The emperor explained that the person he was waiting for hadn't arrived yet, so he wanted to delay the banquet. Leila was already riding in the carriage, hurrying along. She was getting ready quickly, but still arrived later than planned, so she was sure the banquet had already started. There could be no greater disgrace than arriving late for the emperor. She wouldn't even know what to say if she got into trouble. But the girl knew she had to handle the situation without staining the Williot family's reputation. When she reached the banquet hall doors, they were open. Leila found it strange. They should have been closed if the banquet had started. Entering, she realized the event hadn't begun yet. She felt relieved that she had made it in time. While Leila was calming down, Fennel approached from behind. Feeling his gaze on her back, she turned around. Fennel immediately snapped at her, saying that her lateness had caused him quite a bit of trouble. Technically, it was Cicely's fault, since she had spilled the drink on her silver dress. But Leila didn't want to bring that up now and make things worse. So she simply apologized. Then, suddenly, the girl noticed a handkerchief on his suit. She thought he had really come with Cicely's embroidery, but then dismissed the idea since it was too old. Final noticed where Leila was looking and said the handkerchief had been embroidered by his mother many years ago. He wore it because if he had come without it, the pair would have been the subject of gossip. The girl grimaced a little out of embarrassment. Staring at the handkerchief, she remembered the Duchess. Leila missed her deeply. Noticing the strange expression on her face, Fennel asked irritably if she was upset again that he had taken the embroidery. The girl immediately denied it. Leila lowered her head and eyes, explaining that she was just remembering the late Duke and Duchess. They stood silently in front of each other for a moment longer. Without a word, Fennel offered his hand to the girl. Leila obediently and silently took it. Walking arm in arm with Fennel, she asked why the banquet hadn't started yet. He replied that His Majesty the Emperor had some matters to attend to. Then the trumpets began to sound. The servant thanked everyone for their patience and for blessing the event with their presence. After that, he began to announce the Emperor. The girl was beyond surprised. The emperor turned out to be the lord she had spoken to under the tree. Her surprise quickly turned into utter shock. Distinctive traits of the imperial family, blessed by the blue dragon, included bright blue hair and pale blue eyes. Now the girl understood why he had said his hair served as proof and a clue. Because of the war, Leila's debut had been postponed, but she couldn't believe she, a noble woman, hadn't recognized the emperor. She scolded herself for it and thought she must have looked completely uneducated. But Fennel snapped her out of her thoughts, calling to get her attention. He asked what had been on her mind. She blushed a little and started to protest, asking why Fennel was speaking to her. The Duke, seeming offended, turned away and said he hadn't said anything important. The girl didn't understand why Fennel was acting that way. Descending the stairs, the Emperor personally said he was glad to see everyone there. Raising a glass, he toasted. For the Empire, Cardin. Fennel invited the girl to dance, and Leila agreed. She didn't particularly enjoy dancing, but she couldn't show everyone that her relationship with Fennel was tense. Since she didn't like it much, she hadn't had the chance to learn to dance gracefully, being always occupied with other matters. While dancing, Leila was tense, concentrating on controlling her movements. The Duke noticed and gently remarked that she was really a terrible dancer. She shot back that Fennel wasn't exactly a model either, but he added that he was still capable of leading her skillfully. Leila replied a bit sarcastically, saying it must be nice to be so talented. Fennel took the opportunity to compliment her dress and accessories. Leila was even a little happy with the attention, but then she realized that Fennel thought she had prepared this exact dress for today. Now Leila understood that he had completely forgotten they were supposed to come in matching silver outfits, his suit and her dress. She wondered if maybe he had never even cared. Fennel noticed her expression change again, asking if he had said something wrong, but Leila reassured him everything was fine. Then another Duke approached and spoke to Philin, and Leila took the opportunity to walk away casually. In truth, she was relieved someone had distracted him. Otherwise, she might have yelled at him in front of everyone. But now someone spoke to her. It was Countess Marissa, and behind her, even more nobles arrived. Each one gave a flattering compliment to Leila, then immediately started asking about her wedding and having children. But someone spoke rather harshly, saying there was no need to rush into pregnancy, considering the Duke already had an heir. The one who said that was Countess Bazantine. Before marriage, Sophia Bazantine went by the name Sophia Hadlin. She was a lady from the Hadlin family and was once considered a candidate for Fennel's hand. Just like Leila, back in those days, everyone thought Sophia would be the one chosen. And Sophia herself thought so too. What she did to the girl was never discussed again. Choosing to remain silent, the Count and Countess Thebessa decided it was more profitable to accept a monetary compensation from the Hadlin family rather than protect their unwanted daughter. Years later, Leila heard that Sophia had married and become Countess Bazantine. The girl hadn't expected to see her here. Sophia added that Leila wouldn't be in such a predicament if she hadn't tried to aim for a higher position. Then immediately asked the others why no one was talking about the Duke's heir. Countess Bazantine recalled hearing rumors that Fennel adored his mistress and that she was a princess of the kingdom of Mullis. So she was sure she had a better lineage than Lady Thebessa. Leila understood that the woman was mocking her because she wasn't the real daughter of the Thebessa family. Trying to get under her skin even more, she apologized, saying she might have jumped to conclusions. Not losing face, Leila corrected Sophia, saying that the woman had once been royalty, but her kingdom had fallen, so she couldn't really compare herself to the people of the empire. She then sharply noted that she would soon become a duchess, while Sophia would remain a countess for the rest of her life. Having silenced Sophia with those words, the girl asked the others if it would be a problem if she spent some time alone. She left the countesses and duchesses and walked away. Leila stepped out onto the balcony to be alone for a moment and catch her breath. But then she suddenly wondered, if they said such things to her face, what were they saying behind her back? The girl already felt exhausted and thought it might have been better to just stick to paperwork. Lost in thought, Leila accidentally spoke aloud that she wanted to go home. Someone heard her, and that someone was Emperor Kallian. He remarked that the celebration had only just begun, and she already wanted to go home. The girl gave a small bow and greeted him formally. Kallian said that her formal greeting made him feel a distance between them, which was why he hadn't wanted her to know who he was. But Leila noted that she would have found out eventually anyway. To be sure, he asked if she knew who he was. The girl confirmed, giving his full title and name. Emperor Kallian de Zeppel Youthveldia. Realizing Leila truly knew, he asked permission to speak more casually with her. The girl couldn't refuse His Majesty's request. Then he asked what Leila was doing out here. She said she was just enjoying the fresh air. Kallian leaned on the railing and added that it was indeed quite warm in the hall. Looking at the girl, the Emperor decided she must be uncomfortable standing there, but she reassured him that she was fine. Kallian felt that the girl was speaking to him far too formally. He gently took Leila's hand and guided her to sit on a bench. She wanted to protest, but he asked her to sit. Still, she said she wanted to. Leila felt she couldn't sit while the Emperor stood nearby. Kallian reassured her it was fine and insisted she sit, noting her shoes might be uncomfortable. Eventually, Leila gave in and accepted his kindness. Kallian thanked her with satisfaction and then asked if she was enjoying herself. Leila confirmed that she was, but the Emperor asked her not to try to outsmart him, as he had noticed she had looked bored earlier. He added that he himself was actually bored and would have rather dealt with paperwork than be at the celebration. Turning his gaze to Leila, he asked her opinion about the event. But the girl just looked at him and realized they shared the same thoughts. She couldn't believe the Emperor didn't enjoy these celebrations. She felt she could still speak freely, even knowing his status. Noticing her gaze, Kallian asked why she was looking at him that way. Leila's face turned red with embarrassment, and she apologized for being impolite. But the Emperor asked her to explain why she was looking at him instead of apologizing. Leila awkwardly turned away, not knowing what to say. He asked first to see if something was on his face. She denied it. Then Kallian, with a completely serious expression, asked if he looked more disgusting than usual. Leila couldn't help it and let out a slight smile at how seriously he asked such a question. But realizing it, she immediately regretted it. She quickly apologized for what she considered inappropriate behavior. Kallian replied that he liked seeing Leila smile and hoped she understood him correctly. Flustered even more, she said that Kallian always teased her, but he denied it. He added that he had spoken the truth, but she always thought he was just teasing. Leila assumed he spoke that way to everyone. Kallian confirmed her assumption, saying he only spoke that way to those he liked. The girl came to the conclusion that he, His Majesty, probably liked her, and asked why. In response, he asked why he would need a reason to like someone. But Leila was sure people usually have a reason. The Emperor asked if the girl could give an example. Leila paused for a moment, thinking. She said the first thing that came to mind: appearance or intellect. The Emperor smiled lightly and asked if these reasons had to specifically point to Leila. At that, the girl blushed and immediately denied it. Kallian thought the girl underestimated her true value. But then he added that searching for and polishing a rough diamond is an intriguing task. Leila didn't quite understand what he meant. Their conversation was interrupted by a servant who reported to the Emperor that it was time for him to leave. Kallian sighed heavily and was ready to go. Leila realized the Emperor was leaving, so she hurried to say goodbye. But when she suddenly stood up from the bench, she lost her balance and nearly fell, because Kallian was still standing in front of her, and she stumbled straight into his arms. The man immediately asked if she was okay, and she began apologizing. Once she was steady, the Emperor said that Leila should have said thank you instead of apologizing. She awkwardly thanked him. Callian asked if she'd hurt herself, and if so, he could call a doctor. But the girl assured him she was fine. The man calmed down, released her hand, and said goodbye. As he walked away, he gave her one last smile. Leila remained standing on the balcony, thinking about what had just happened. No matter how kind he was, if anyone saw her lose her balance, there would be lots of rumors. Then the door opened again. An irritated Finel stepped onto the terrace. The girl was surprised, as she hadn't expected to see him so soon. The Duke approached her, grabbed her firmly by the shoulders, and asked why she was betraying him. Leila was completely shocked by the accusation. She couldn't believe Finel was speaking about her like that. But Finel didn't stop. He asked how she dared show such blatant disloyalty here. The girl didn't even want to understand what he was talking about. She removed his hands from her shoulders and irritably told him to stop spouting nonsense. Finel didn't understand why the girl denied it, since he thought he had seen everything with his own eyes. Now the girl realized he was talking about her conversation with His Majesty. The Duke added that he saw the girl fall straight into his embrace. But Leila explained that the Emperor had just helped her. Yet Finel didn't believe her because he had also seen her smile at him. To respond, the girl asked if she was supposed to frown or be upset in his presence. Finel realized his mistake and said that Leila had never smiled to him like that. The girl told him that she didn't smile around him because she had no reason to, and advised him to look at his own behavior. But Finel still didn't understand what he had done wrong. Later he remembered Cicely and asked if it was because of her. Without waiting for an answer, he began explaining again that he took care of her only because she was carrying his child, and she would leave after giving birth. But Leila no longer believed him. The Duke asked her to trust him and his words. Leila said that if he really wanted to earn her trust, he needed to act accordingly. Because for now, he only protected Cicely and didn't care about her at all. Finel tried to explain that Cicely couldn't handle herself and that the girl was perfectly capable of taking care of herself. But the Duke didn't know what Leila had gone through on her own. Hearing that, the girl directly asked if Finel even planned to marry her, since she had the feeling he would make Cicely his wife and duchess. The man denied her suspicion. Leila didn't believe him and told him to prove it, maybe by kicking Cicely out of the estate. Leila wanted to say, but held back, knowing it would seem pathetic and pointless. She understood that, in any case, they had to take care of her, since she carried Finel's child. The Duke asked if she had said that he should show everything through his actions. As soon as the girl confirmed, Finel grabbed her hand, and he walked with her toward the Emperor. Drawing the attention of everyone he possibly could, he officially called for Callian. When the Emperor focused all his attention on Finel, the Duke asked for his approval. The man officially requested the Emperor's blessing for the marriage between him and Leila. A moment of silence fell between them. The Emperor refused. Finel was shocked by the answer. But Callian didn't understand how foolish he still could be. The Duke asked him why he refused. The Emperor smiled lightly and asked if he really didn't realize, while he thought the man wasn't just foolish, but also enjoyed ruining his own reputation. The man wanted to ask if His Majesty had a personal fondness for Leila, but the girl cut him off just in time. She said that the Emperor knew the customs well. When a significant event involves the imperial family, nobles refrain from holding festivities for 3 months, and this banquet was in honor of the Emperor's coronation. When Leila explained this, Finel realized what he had done and felt ashamed. But Callian asked them why they sought his approval if they knew the customs so well. With a calm expression, the girl explained that they needed His Majesty's blessing to have the wedding this year. She added that the marriage process for high-ranking individuals takes more time, and the Duke hoped to marry this year, so they, supposedly, wanted to ask his approval now. After explaining, the girl asked Finel if she was saying it correctly, and he immediately agreed. Everyone else who heard started whispering. They guessed that Duke Williot was very fond of Lady Thabessa. Callian noticed it too. With that move, The girl had not only preserved Fennell's dignity, but also swayed the crowd to her side. Folding his hands and smiling lightly, Callian said he understood their intentions, but suggested revisiting the matter in at least a month, given his tendency to be meticulous. The Duke agreed and thanked him for his understanding. So Fennell and Leila said goodbye, turned, and returned to the other guests. Callian discreetly followed the girl with his gaze. Every time he saw her, it became harder to stand aside and do nothing. The Emperor considered her too smart to waste time forever with that ignoramus, so he decided to nudge Bear to continue the test. After the ball ended, Leila and Fennell rode in silence to the guest estate in the carriage. The girl thought the Duke looked very upset, since nearly embarrassing himself in front of the nobility. Fennell spoke first, asking why, knowing the customs, Leila hadn't warned him. Not waiting for an answer, he asked again if maybe she wanted to see him humiliated. Leila denied the Duke's accusation. She said she couldn't have predicted his actions and added sarcastically that, unfortunately, she had no ability to see the future. But her words didn't convince Fennell. He was sure she could have warned him. Leila didn't even want to listen to his ridiculous accusations. It upset her greatly when Duke Williot spoke to her that way. Finally, they arrived at the estate. Fennell was the first to exit the carriage, and Cicely immediately called out to him. The Duke joyfully rushed into her arms. Leila stepped out second. She saw and understood how much he loved that woman. Yet he kept claiming he would drive her away. Each time, she doubted that everything would be fine if things stayed as they were. The next day, Leila sat working on her task. Misa brought her a snack and insisted that she needed to eat. The girl refused, saying she didn't have time. But the maid insisted, noting that Leila had skipped the snack because the Duke sent her away. Eventually, Leila said she would spare some time for dinner if she could. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and it opened to reveal Cicely. The woman entered the room. It was the first time she had come personally. Misa asked if she should prepare tea. Leila declined and dismissed the servant. Cicely, either out of politeness or not, asked how Lady Thabessa was. The girl ignored her and instead asked what had brought her here, as Leila was busy. Cicely assured the girl that it wouldn't take long. She asked if it was true they would soon return to the estate. Leila confirmed. Cicely asked if the girl planned to go anywhere before leaving. Leila didn't understand why she asked that. Cicely explained that she hoped for her help in acquiring a few things. She wanted to buy clothes and toys for the child. Leila couldn't say a word, and a faint trace of anger appeared on her face. Cicely noticed the change and asked what was wrong with her expression and if she had said something improper. Coming to herself slightly, Leila asked why she should do that for her. The woman said at least, because she would be the stepmother of her child. She explained that back in Cicely's homeland, ladies-in-waiting would take care of her child, but here she had none. So she was asking Leila, believing her role to be quite close to that of a lady-in-waiting. Now the girl understood. Cicely tried to treat the girl as if she were her lady-in-waiting. Leila found what she wanted obvious and even amusing. The girl asked her to end the performance and leave. But Cicely seemed not to understand, explaining she hoped for help while calling her Miss Thabessa. The girl immediately interrupted and ordered to be addressed as Lady Thabessa. She explained that Cicely's kingdom had fallen, and the Heliod name no longer carried any honor or status. Hearing words so unacceptable to her, the woman jumped off the couch and shouted angrily that it didn't mean she was no longer a princess. But Leila said that Cicely may have been a princess, but without her surname, she was no more than a commoner. The girl added that she treated her with respect only because she was carrying Fennell's child. She assured Cicely that she would ensure proper treatment until she gave birth and left, and advised her not to cause any more trouble. Cicely asked fearfully what she meant by leave. Leila replied that, according to the Duke, she would go after giving birth. The girl realized that Fennell hadn't said a word to his lover. Leila assured her that she might not be a good mother for the child, but the baby would definitely not be neglected. As she escorted the woman out, Leila told her not to worry about the child once she left them. When Cicely finally left, Misa asked the girl if everything was all right, my lady. Leila asked her to remove one of the couches. In the end, she decided to change the surroundings and take a little rest. When she was alone in the room, she tried to continue working, but she couldn't focus because of the conversation with Cicely. So Leila decided to take advantage of the moment and rest a bit, taking a short break. With that thought, she fell asleep. Lost in sleep, she stayed there until evening, but she was suddenly awakened by a loud noise. A crash, as Fennell burst into the room. From the doorway, angrily, he asked why she was doing that. In her mind, she understood he was, as usual, talking about Cicely. But for politeness, she asked what he meant. Fennell asked again why Leila spoke to Cicely so harshly. The girl explained that she pointed out to her that she was no longer a princess because, in her opinion, Cicely would have continued behaving rudely toward her. She added that Cicely didn't know she would leave the estate after giving birth, so Leila informed her. Fennell was genuinely shocked that Leila could say such terrible things to someone who had just lost her kingdom. He thought it was his duty to tell her she would leave them. In response to the accusation, the girl asked whether Fennell confirmed her words, but the Duke couldn't answer. Realizing Fennell couldn't even do that, she told him she had done his job for him. In response, he asked who Leila thought she was.
Make sure to like and subscribe to the channel for more videos. Meow. Wow.
Leila replied that she was his fiancé. Fennell acknowledged it, adding that she was not a duchess. The girl was shocked by those words. But Fennell didn't stop. The Duke knew Leila was surprised, having spent 10 years at the estate, but not yet a duchess. In his opinion, she couldn't tell him how to handle what was happening. Leila had done everything for the late Duke and Duchess since they had taken her in as their own daughter. She had devoted herself entirely to serving the Williot family all those years. Yet now, Fennell was humiliating her for the sake of someone like Cicely. Fennell asked condescendingly if Leila understood his words. Leila's world tilted again and began to crumble. She bowed her head and quietly replied that she understood everything. But after a moment's thought, she told him enough. She stood sharply, approached the table, and silently asking forgiveness from the late Duke and Duchess for no longer being able to endure, placed a small box on the table. From it, she took the Williot family seal. The girl said that, as he had said, she was Lady Thabessa and would no longer handle the Williot family's affairs. But instead of thanking her for her hard work, he said he hadn't known she could be such an irresponsible person. Shocked, Leila reminded him that it was his duty as Duke, which he had completely neglected, leaving her to fulfill his role. Referring to his previous reproaches, the girl said she no longer needed to perform the duties of a duchess, since she was merely a count's daughter. So those duties now fell to him. The Duke asked if she thought he would apologize if she said she would no longer manage the estate's affairs. But the girl replied that it wasn't her intention. She was only following the expectations regarding her position, as he had said. She handed him several documents that needed immediate attention. The girl informed him that there was nothing left to discuss between them, so she decided to leave, as she was quite exhausted. A servant entered the room, bringing letters for Leila to review. But she stopped her, not even letting her mention that some were for her. The girl ordered that all work letters be sent to His Grace from now on. The servant tried to speak, but Leila stopped her. She explained that from now on, Fennell would be responsible for all estate matters, so she had instructed the letters to be sent to him. The servant asked if something had happened between the Duke and the lady. Without turning, Leila allowed her to leave, remaining silent on the question. Minutes later, Fennell sat at his desk, cluttered with various documents and records. The man decided he'd handle it all by himself, just to spite everyone. The clock tirelessly struck hour after hour. He asked aloud into the empty room why Leila had spent the monthly budget preparing for the rainy season. He thought such huge expenses were unnecessary. That made him feel Leila wasn't as smart as he'd thought, since she spent so much every year on some rainy season. A thought flashed through his mind about consulting her on revising the amount, but he immediately dismissed it, thinking she'd act all snobbish about it. In Final's mind, she'd stop looking down on him if he made the decision on his own. So Final pondered how to review the budget without Leila's help, but he didn't even know what it included. He decided to look over the records left by the previous duke. The man picked up the bell and rang it to call a servant. When the servant appeared, the duke ordered him to bring the keys to the library so he could go there right away. While the servant was gathering the necessary papers, Cicely entered the room. She came up behind him, hugged him from behind, and asked what he was doing. Final gently hugged her back with his free arm and replied that he was just reading a few documents. Cicely, with a disappointed expression, said she had hoped Final could spend a little time with her after what had happened with Leila. Final agreed to stay with her, but Cicely assured him she could wait until the Duke finished his work. The man reassured her that he wasn't doing anything that important anyway. Meanwhile, the servant entered the room. He brought the key to the library that Final had asked for. The Duke said he would go later, so he ordered the key to be left on his desk. Cicely happened to glance at the documents and noticed the papers for rainy season preparations. The Duke distracted her from them by saying she was pregnant but still very slim. He said no one would even think she was pregnant if she was that thin. But Cicely playfully disagreed, insisting she had gained quite a bit of weight. Final added that a woman's belly had gotten a little heavier, so he wanted to check the rest of her body too. The Duke began to tickle Cicely gently and carefully. Cicely laughed at that, but then she remembered and glanced back at the rainy season preparation papers. She read that Final planned to hire a mage to prepare. Even Cicely understood that was a pretty foolish and risky decision. So she asked him if she could make a request, and he promised to agree before even hearing it. Final asked her again, a little surprised by the request, and didn't rush to agree. But Cicely begged him, saying it was for the safety of the child. Hearing her plea, he couldn't resist and finally agreed. Cicely was overjoyed and told him what she wanted to ask. Leila sat in her room. Due to the stress she had experienced, she hadn't been able to sleep that night. Since her work was no longer hers, she didn't know what to occupy herself with. So she wondered what people did in their free time. She thought of books and decided that reading a few wouldn't hurt. She got excited about the idea and went to the library. But things didn't go as Leila had hoped. When she approached the butler to get the key, he didn't have it. The butler told her that the key was with the Duke. So, bowing his head, he began apologizing to her. Leila was a little surprised, since usually the butler managed the house keys. The man agreed with her and explained what had happened the previous evening. Leila was surprised that Final was in the library and not on the training grounds. She hadn't expected him to take the paperwork so seriously. Leila asked the butler if there were spare keys she could use. The man said that for security reasons, they only had one library key, and if it got lost, they'd replace the lock. So that meant Leila would have to go to Final to get the key. It was so awkward for her to see him after handing over all her duties. She asked where Final was now. The servant said he was still in his room, so Leila assumed he was there with Cicely. She didn't really want to see them together, so she decided it was better to forget about the library for now. On her way, she met Sarah, another of her maids. The servant said Viscount Wizard was calling her, so she went along with her. Leila sat in front of the blue magical orb to communicate with the Viscount again. The man greeted her, and she returned the greeting. Without waiting a moment, Leila asked why the Viscount wanted to contact her. The man replied that he wanted to discuss preparations for the rainy season. That didn't surprise Leila at all. She had guessed that the topic would be about preparations. Taking advantage of the moment, she informed him that she was no longer responsible for it. The Viscount didn't quite understand, so he politely asked again. Leila explained the situation to him. After hearing the explanation, Viscount Wizard finally understood who was now in charge of all the estate's affairs. Still, his matter was urgent, so he asked her help and check how far Fennel had progressed with it. However, the girl asked why the Viscount couldn't do it himself. He replied that he wanted to, but the time limit of the magic sphere was running out. Viscount Wizard said the documents had to be sent to him today in order to continue the preparations. Before the man could finish speaking, the sphere went silent. Its time had run out. The girl had once heard that it took at least 2 days to recharge, even after short use. So Leila decided to go to the Duke and inform him about the urgent matter after all. She still felt uncomfortable around him, but she couldn't ignore something this important. Taking the opportunity, she also decided to ask about the key. When she reached the door to his room, she knocked. A moment later, the door opened slightly. But Cicely stepped out and asked if she needed anything. Leila noticed that the woman was still wearing her necklace, even while sleeping, which she found interesting. She asked where Fennel was. Cicely told her that he was still asleep because he had overworked himself the night before. Leila asked when he would wake up. Cicely replied that it depended on Fennel. Leila noticed that the woman wasn't even pretending to be polite to her anymore. Still, without showing any emotion, she asked her to let the Duke know that Leila was looking for him once he woke up. But Fennel slowly stepped out from behind the door and said that wouldn't be necessary anymore. Then asked what had brought her there. In the castle, Bear was working on documents when he suddenly noticed that the Emperor was distracted. So he asked what the Emperor was looking at. To him, it looked like nothing more than an ordinary handkerchief. Turning back to his assistant, Callian showed it to him up close. Then he asked whether the handkerchief wasn't beautiful. He stood there, waiting for a response, trying to show off all of its charm. Bear had no idea how to respond because he was extremely shocked by the Emperor's admiration for such a poorly embroidered handkerchief. In the end, he asked whether the Emperor had problems with his eyesight and if he needed glasses. Offended by this disrespect toward the handkerchief, Callian kicked the table so hard that it tipped over, sending all the documents flying everywhere. Callian apologized, saying his vision must have gotten worse and that he hadn't seen the table. But Bear already knew he had done it on purpose. While the assistant was picking up the papers, Callian asked how the test preparations were going. Taking advantage of the moment, Bear handed him the test questions to get his opinion on how difficult they were. The Emperor read them carefully. In his opinion, they weren't difficult enough. Bear, on the other hand, thought they were already quite challenging. Ruining days of his assistant's work, Callian ordered him to redo everything and increase the difficulty tenfold. The Emperor's order terrified Bear, so he asked whether Callian even planned to hire new assistants. The man assured him that he did, and that he already had someone in mind. He said he would decide whether to hire that person after the exam. Returning to Leila, Fennel stepped out from behind the door. The Duke asked if she had come to apologize for what happened the night before. In response, she asked if there was even anything she needed to apologize for. Then she got straight to the reason she had come. Leila reported that Viscount Wizard had contacted her, not knowing that all affairs were now under the Duke's jurisdiction, and that he had asked for the documents to be sent for the rainy season preparations. Fennel replied that he had already finished reviewing them and given his approval. Then he asked who had prepared the documents. Leila said that the assistants had written them and that she had made the final edits. Hearing this, the Duke scoffed as if mocking her. Thinking something might be wrong, she asked if there were any problems or questions about them. Fennel answered that there were, but he wouldn't tell her, repeating her own words that she had nothing to do with it anymore. His words struck her straight in the heart. Placing his hand on Cicely's shoulder, the Duke told Leila not to come looking for him for such reasons again. Fennel gave Leila one last self-satisfied smile and closed the door in her face. Leila had no idea how to react to his behavior. Because of this, she even forgot to ask about the library key. Later, the butler came to her and reported that the Duke had sent the required documents after all. She thanked the servant and dismissed him. Suddenly, Leila noticed a letter on her desk. It turned out to be an invitation. Looking at it more closely, she noticed the Byzantine family crest. Leila doubted that Count Byzantine himself had invited her, so she assumed that Sophia had sent the letter. The girl thought that Sophia wanted to get revenge for what had happened at the banquet, so Leila tore up the invitation without even opening it or reading its contents. Her thoughts were interrupted by Sarah, who asked if she had heard the recent news. Crumpling the invitation, Leila asked what she meant. Sarah then informed her that the emperor was looking for a new assistant. Leila began questioning the maid about it, and Sarah explained that the announcement clearly stated that gender did not affect eligibility. It had never been officially stated that women couldn't apply, but before, it had never clearly been stated that they could either. Suddenly, Leila remembered her conversation with Callian. Lost in thought, she accidentally asked if this had anything to do with her. Fortunately, the dreamy Sarah didn't hear her. After thinking it over, Leila asked Sarah to find out more details about the announcement and report back to her. The exam was scheduled for a month later and covered 7 subjects, including administration, tax law, politics, and welfare. It was a fairly broad range of topics, but for the emperor's closest assistant, competence was essential. Leila felt the same way. To her, the role was extremely serious, and treating it lightly would have been irresponsible. So she decided to prepare for the exam and not give up no matter what. Suddenly, a familiar hand reached from behind her, pulled a book higher off the shelf, and a voice behind her recommended it over the one she was holding. Leila turned around and saw Callian. Startled, she was about to ask what the emperor was doing there, but he stopped her at the very beginning of her sentence. He quietly asked her not to call him that in public. Leila thanked him for the recommendation, but told him she had already read that book. Callian paused to think. Then he pointed to another book, but it turned out Leila had read that one too. No matter which book Callian pointed at, she had already read it. Holding the rejected books, he told Leila that he didn't think she needed to study politics any further. Then he thought that he might need to make the exam even harder again. A little later, the emperor asked if she had any free time to help him. At his request for help, Leila forgot most of her worries. Sometime later, Callian and Leila were walking through the marketplace. He had asked for her help, so she followed him. She didn't know what he was looking for, and he hadn't told her. The girl stopped by one of the stalls. Suddenly, Leila's attention was drawn to a conversation between the emperor and a merchant. The man assured Callian that the seeds he was selling would grow and bloom without any problems, even during the rainy season. The merchant poured some seeds into his hand to show them. Leila recognized them immediately. Callian was about to buy them, but she stopped him. Leila was sure that the merchant was lying to him. She explained that they were quilt seeds. Quilt was usually grown by Eastern nomads, so there was no guarantee they would grow well during the rainy season. With a sly smile, the emperor looked at the merchant. The man nervously insisted that it was his first time selling the seeds and that he had made a mistake. But neither Leila nor Callian believed him. Quickly packing up and grabbing his cart, the merchant said he had errands to run and immediately fled. Leila told Callian that they needed to catch the swindler, but he assured her that someone was already handling it. Confused about who he meant, Leila asked, and he replied that his guards would take care of it. Even after looking around, she didn't notice anyone suspicious, but Callian assured her they were there and would be dismissed if they were seen. He remarked that she even understood crops and told her that she kept surprising him. Leila replied that it was just something she had once happened to learn. Callian then asked what that said about him, if such things were only basic knowledge to her. Realizing how it sounded, she started to apologize, but Callian said it was just a joke. The emperor took the little pouch of seeds from his pocket, the ones the merchant had given him, and handed it to Leila. He said he believed she would find better use for them. Leila asked if he was actually looking for any specific kind of grain. The smile disappeared from his face, and with a slightly frightening expression, he replied that he really did need to find a certain plant. It seemed to Leila that he wasn't looking for it with entirely good intentions. But a second later, Callian smiled again, and said he was glad he had asked for her for help. Then he asked once more if she could help him find the plant he mentioned. At that moment, Leila remembered her recent conversation with Fennel. Back then, the Duke had told her he didn't need her help, but the Emperor had said that he needed her. Leila had almost forgotten how wonderful it felt to be able to help someone. Unable to hold back her sincere smile, she happily agreed to his request. It was the first time Callian had seen such a genuine smile on Leila's face. To avoid revealing how captivated he was by her expression, he briefly looked away. The Emperor offered her his hand and asked for permission. She took his hand, and so they continued on, lightly holding hands. Callian thought that it wasn't really necessary to hold hands, but he believed it made Leila feel more comfortable following a man who was leading her somewhere. He knew that Leila understood how to protect herself. Still, he thought that someone immune to poison like him could attack her, deceive her, make her let her guard down, and then hurt her. She followed him so naturally and easily that it felt to him like he was leading a kitten. No matter how much he thought about it, Leila seemed extremely vulnerable to him. Leila noticed that the Emperor looked a little worried. She stopped, and he released her hand. Callian asked her if she was always this trusting. She apologized and asked if he meant her. He explained that he was surprised because she was following him without hesitation. Leila told him she thought they were heading to Green Street. Callian confirmed her guess and was surprised that she already knew, so he asked how she had figured it out. She explained that since they were looking for a plant, they must be going to Green Street, where there was the most greenery. She sincerely hoped he would find what he was looking for there. In return, he asked if she was sure she should say that. What if he planned to use it for bad purposes? As an example, he said maybe he wanted to kill someone with it. But that didn't scare her, because she believed there might be a valid reason. Hearing that, Callian immediately asked if Leila trusted him. When they first met, she had been cautious, so he wondered how she saw him now. She confirmed that she did. Leila said she trusted Callian. As they walked, she told him how she had learned so much about plants. 5 years ago, there had been a year when she first learned about quilt. She had been worried since the previous year, when the rain had stopped. Just as she had predicted, a severe drought followed, forcing them to look for supplies for the army. That year, they survived because they had stored crops in advance. Since then, Leila had read a huge number of books to learn how to prepare for droughts. That was how she learned about quilt seeds. Hearing her story, the Emperor was impressed. Leila immediately assured him that even though she had agreed to help, she didn't think her knowledge of plants was very extensive. In response, he said that even though he hadn't heard everything yet, he was convinced she had vast knowledge. Then, smiling at her, he added that it was enough for him just to have Leila by his side. Leila was both confused and shocked by those words. A second later, she blushed and grew shy, wondering why Callian could say things like that so easily. Suddenly, something else caught her attention. She saw a necklace that looked very familiar. She thought she had seen someone wearing the same one at the banquet. Leaning closer, Callian asked if she liked anything in the shop. Leila shyly said that she didn't, but he still noticed how she kept looking at the necklace. So he called the vendor over and asked him to show it to them. The young seller approached with a wide smile, talking enthusiastically about the necklace. It turned out to be magical, made from a spirit stone, and it possessed natural magical power. Spirit stones were rare, so obtaining one was difficult. Callian asked the guy what kind of power it had. He said he would demonstrate and loudly shouted, "Transform!" But nothing happened, and an awkward second of silence followed. The Emperor asked what was supposed to happen and why nothing had. Suddenly, the seller's hand became unusually large and muscular. The guy explained that the necklace could change any part of the body into whatever the person wearing or holding it desired. Looking at the customers, he asked if it wasn't amazing. Leila was confused by such power and didn't know what to say without offending the salesman. Callian, without even trying to soften his words, called the necklace useless. Trying to encourage the guy, Leila said that the gem itself was quite beautiful, especially since it was made from spirit stone. Seeing Leila as a potential customer, he began talking more about spirit stones to interest her. Meanwhile, Callian asked if she wanted the necklace. She politely declined. Leila kept feeling like she had seen a necklace like that before, but she couldn't remember where. So she decided not to worry about it, thinking it wasn't important. Then she asked the emperor if he had found what he was looking for. He replied that he hadn't. Leila thought about it. This was the biggest shop on Green Street, yet they still hadn't found what they needed. Callian suggested they move on. After leaving the shop and walking a little, Callian thanked her for making time for him. He promised to remember this day and to repay her somehow. She told him it wasn't necessary. She was just happy to know she had been helpful. The emperor added that he had something for her. From behind his back, he pulled out a white box. When she opened it, she saw the spirit stone necklace she had been looking at. Leila was shocked. She didn't understand when Callian had managed to buy it, or why he was giving it to her first. Seeing her confusion, he explained that it was a gift and his way of thanking her. Leila felt she couldn't accept it, thinking she hadn't done enough to deserve such thanks. But realizing there was no other way to convince her, Callian said it was an imperial order to accept it. Now she didn't know what to think. It was both a gift and an order from the emperor. Left with no choice, Leila accepted the present in the end. Then Callian added something else. He wanted to hear only thank you from her, not I'm sorry. He said that from now on, she had to express gratitude for everything he said. Slightly surprised, Leila asked if that was an order. After thinking for a moment, Callian denied it. Smiling at her, he said it was just his request. Following it, Leila thanked him. Callian noticed how quickly she responded and wasn't surprised. He expected nothing less from someone as diligent as her. A man in a long cloak approached the emperor from behind and reported that it was time to return. Callian said goodbye, telling her they would see each other soon. Leila asked if she had to thank him for that, too. Realizing how silly that sounded, he took his words back and smiled, adding that she didn't have to thank him for everything anymore. Leila apologized to Sarah for not being able to show her the capital and promised to do it next time. The maid said that Green Street alone had been enough for her. Instead, Sarah was curious about something else, the gentleman they had met. Leila calmly replied that he was the emperor. Still enchanted by his manners, Sarah didn't react at first. But after processing it, she trembled and asked if that really had been His Majesty. Shaking with fear, Sarah didn't know what to say. Leila asked her to calm down. Sarah asked how that was possible, since he had a reputation as a killer. Leila sharply stopped her before she could continue. She told her to watch her words, or she could be punished for disrespecting the emperor. Nearly in tears, Sarah apologized and promised to be careful. The Killer Emperor. That was the title Callian de Zeppel Youthveldia had earned by mercilessly killing all his blood relatives, even his own father. Through that horrifying act, he had seized the throne and gained a disgraceful name that still cast a shadow over his rule. But when Leila met him, he hadn't seemed like that at all. Still, she regretted that she might never know the real truth. Eventually, Leila and Sarah arrived at the estate. When they got out of the carriage, they were shocked by what they saw. The servants were rushing around, and a huge pile of gifts and dresses stood in front of the entrance. Leila asked the staff what it all was. The butler replied that they were items Lady Heliod had purchased. Leila understood that Cecily was carrying Finel's child, but being treated the same way still irritated her. If she said anything, the Duke would just yell at her again. She asked the butler if everything belonged to Cecily. He confirmed it. Curious about what Lady Heliod had bought, Leila decided to take a look. Leila knew Cecily lacked dresses, but she couldn't understand why she had bought so many. Considering her pregnancy, tight-waisted dresses wouldn't even be practical. Leila asked for the receipt to check the list. When she read it, she was stunned. 17 dresses, 19 pairs of shoes, various jewelry and accessories, and many other items. In total, Cicely had spent the estate's annual operating budget. She couldn't help blurting out that it was crazy. Privately, she wondered what that woman was thinking. By the time she gave birth, fashion would have changed anyway. In the end, she calmed herself. It was no longer her responsibility, and she no longer had any authority. She thanked the butler and handed back the receipt. Holding the books Leila had bought, Sarah asked if she should take them to her room. Before Leila could answer, Fennell came out and asked what they were. Sarah replied that Leila had bought the books. Frowning, the Duke asked why she had bought all that. Leila answered that she needed them. Fennell replied that the library already had enough books and added that he hoped she wasn't planning to get involved in estate affairs again. Leila denied it and explained that she planned to apply for the court officials exam. Mockingly, Fennell asked if she really thought she had any chance of passing. Leila stood her ground, saying she wouldn't know unless she tried. The Duke couldn't understand where her unfounded confidence came from. He advised her to give up and stop wasting her time. But Leila stubbornly insisted that it was her time and she would use it however she wanted. Fennell didn't believe in her success at all, so she asked what he would do if she passed. Taking it as a challenge, he promised to grant any wish if she truly succeeded. But if she failed, Leila would have to apologize to Cicely for everything she had done to her. The final straw for Leila was her fiancé Fennell's demand. After another argument provoked by his mistress, he ordered Leila to apologize to Cicely. This humiliation strengthened her resolve. She dove headfirst into her studies to pass the civil service exam, which was her only path to freedom. Leila was certain, "I will definitely pass." Despite her outward confidence, she was plagued by doubts. While copying her notes, she wondered if she could really do it. Leila worried that she was taking an unnecessary risk, betting her precarious position on a faint hope for independence. However, she quickly dismissed these thoughts. She reminded herself that there was no turning back. Too much was at stake. Besides, she had another reason not to give up. She didn't want to let down the mysterious stranger, the Emperor, who had believed in her and given her this chance at salvation. Gathering her spirits, Leila made a final decision. Looking at the mountains of books and documents, she resolved, "All right, I have to do my best." The next day, continuing her preparations, Leila was working in her study. A maid entered with a message from Fennell. She announced that they were returning to the duchy tomorrow and asked if Leila's luggage needed to be prepared. Leila calmly replied to the maid that she was planning to stay in the capital for a short while. This was her first open act of defiance. Her fiancé hadn't even bothered to ask about her plans, automatically assuming she would follow him. The maid confirmed Leila's suspicion. Fennell had indeed ordered 2 separate carriages. This order was a silent humiliation. He planned to ride with his mistress, while Leila was relegated to the role of baggage that simply follows along. Later, Leila found Fennell in the garden to clarify the situation. He confirmed they were returning tomorrow, citing the need to oversee the duchy's preparations for the rainy season. He spoke as if her participation in the trip was a given. Fennell didn't understand what the problem could be. Leila coldly replied that the problem wasn't the trip, but her. She was no longer going to follow his orders silently. She stated her plans directly. With less than 3 weeks until the exam, she intended to stay in the capital to focus on her studies. In response, Fennell tried to guilt-trip her. He reminded her that as the lady of the house, she was supposed to inspect the lands next weekend. It was a clear manipulation to force her to comply. Leila countered his move. She reminded him that, formally, she was no longer related to the Williot family and didn't have those obligations. Her words caught him off guard. Realizing that blackmail wasn't working, Fennell revealed his true reason. He admitted that, without her, he would have problems with the wizards who managed the defensive barriers on their lands. He was incapable of handling it himself. Hearing this, Leila realized she had leverage. If she didn't go, the entire duchy's reputation would suffer. So, she unexpectedly agreed, saying, "I understand. I'll go back to the territory." Fennell was stunned by her sudden agreement. He was so confused that he couldn't think of anything better than to hastily end the conversation. He had lost control of the situation and chose to flee. Watching him walk away, Leila thought about how much work she would have to take on, while Fennell was already complaining about difficulties before even returning to the estate. It only highlighted how pathetic and dependent on her he was. Instead of showing concern, Leila coldly threw him a comment. "Well, you must be tired. Do your best." Her indifference was obvious. Fennell was confused by her reaction. He expected an argument or pleading, not such icy calm. "Is that all you want to say?" he asked. Leila simply confirmed. Completely defeated in his attempt to control her, Fennell turned and left in irritation, tossing over his shoulder. "All right, I'm leaving." Back in his study, Fennell faced reality. A huge pile of documents awaited him on the desk. All the work Leila had been doing for 6 years, which he was now unable to handle. He stared grimly at the mountain of papers, realizing his utter helplessness and dependence on the fiancé he so despised. In his mind, he blamed Leila for everything. He complained that he tried to hand over the Duchess's work to her, but she didn't understand him. He finished his tirade with a mental insult. As expected, not only is she unattractive, what the hell is she good at anyway? At that moment, Cicely entered the study. With feigned concern, she addressed him. "Phil, you must be tired, aren't you?" She peeked over his shoulder at the documents and offered her help, playing the role of the perfect, caring partner. Fennell refused her, not out of principle, but for a formal reason. "No need. You're not someone from the Empire, so this isn't something you can do." Cicely feigned disappointment, though her plan was already working. He looked at her fondly and said what she wanted to hear. "How kind. If only she's half as good as you are." This direct comparison humiliated Leila and elevated Cicely in his eyes. Cicely immediately seized the opportunity. With a radiant smile, she pointed to the papers and said she could help him with this, implying she would find a way to interfere in the duchy's affairs even without official rights. Before leaving, Leila gave final instructions to her maid. She made her intentions clear to avoid any misunderstanding. "I'll come back to the capital after the inspection is over, so don't worry too much." Fennell was already waiting for her by the carriage. His closed-off posture and cold demeanor didn't bode well. He was clearly displeased that he had to give in and now travel with her. Inside the carriage, a tense silence reigned. They sat at opposite ends, avoiding eye contact. Finally, Fennell broke the silence, dryly stating that he had something to say. Leila mentally smirked. She was sure he was about to complain about having to ride with her instead of his precious Cicely. But his words were unexpected. He announced that he wanted to discuss their marriage preparations. Leila was stunned. She hadn't expected him to bring this up now. Fennell immediately went on the offensive, misinterpreting her shock. "What's your expression? Didn't you want to marry me?" he asked reproachfully, trying to guilt her. At that moment, she felt herself suffocating. To hide her true disgust, she replied that she was just a little bit surprised. He ignored her excuses and authoritatively set the date. The wedding would be in October, before winter. Lacking the energy to argue, Leila just quietly agreed, though she knew it was too hasty. This was just another way for him to control her. She tried to find a silver lining. By becoming the Duchess, she would finally secure her position. She even forced herself to say enthusiastically that she would start trying on wedding dresses upon their return. Fennell immediately cut her off, taking away even this small initiative. He stated that the bride herself was not involved in the preparations. Then the girl replied that she would ask Countess Tebesse for help. But then, Fennell delivered the main blow. With a smile, he suggested that Cicely should handle the preparations. He enthusiastically explained that Cicely herself had volunteered to help, since as a former princess, she was an expert in such matters. This was the ultimate humiliation. Leila barely contained her fury and asked for the reason behind this decision. Unable to bear it any longer, Fennell jumped out of the carriage, slamming the door loudly, unwilling to continue the conversation. Leila was unbearable, as always. She declared that such behavior might be the norm in the Cicely's native kingdom, but in the Carden Empire, it would be an indelible disgrace. If the mistress prepared the legal wife's wedding, everyone would laugh at her. She realized the only way out was to entrust everything to Countess Tebesse to save what little reputation she had left. Meanwhile, in the other carriage, Fennell was already complaining to Cicely about Leila's behavior, saying, "Things don't seem to be so well." Cicely, pretending to be sympathetic, continued her game. She subtly added fuel to the fire, planting a seed of doubt. What if she isn't just unobservant, but she looks down on you? She immediately pretended she had misspoken and asked him to forget her words, feigning innocence. But the poison had already taken effect. Fennell immediately agreed with her. Cicely's manipulation had worked perfectly. He decided he had to tighten the rules and show Leila who was in charge. Cicely mentally celebrated her victory. She thought about how, in her kingdom, a mere countess would never dare to treat a duke with such disdain. Her goal was achieved. She had completely turned Fennell against his fiancé. Fennell and Cicely walked into the manor, flaunting their relationship right in front of Leila. They headed deeper into the hallways, completely ignoring the presence of the former mistress of the house. Baron Wizard intercepted Leila, politely asking if she had a little bit of free time. He stated that he needed to discuss critical issues regarding the territory's rainy season preparations with her. Leila tried to distance herself, stating it was no longer her business and the Baron should talk to the Duke. Yet he still insisted on her personal opinion. A sudden appearance by Fennell on the stairs interrupted them, as he questioned what exactly the old Baron was discussing with Lady Tebesse behind his back. The Duke stepped closer and sharply asked why Wizard was reporting the rain preparations to Leila instead of his official master. Fennell bluntly accused his subordinate of doubting his competence and looking down on him. Leila intervened in the conflict, trying to protect the Baron and explaining that Wizard just wanted to consult her as an experienced manager. The Duke snidely called her a newbie and overconfidently promised that this time he would be perfectly precise in his management. In the end, he officially forbade the Baron from ever involving Leila in any of the duchy's business again, leaving the girl in total shock at his pettiness. A few days later, a luxurious carriage carried Leila through the busy streets of the capital. The girl reflected that, even though she hadn't finished her business with the Baron, her heart felt much lighter, despite the rumors of their breakup. At the same time, Fennell was inspecting the town on horseback, asking locals about their struggles and the progress of current works. He had mistakenly believed that Leila was not performing her duties as Duchess adequately, and was now pleased to find that she was much more capable than he had anticipated. The Duke felt total peace and reassurance regarding the territory's future under his personal leadership. During her walk, a little boy suddenly jumped up to Leila and addressed her unceremoniously. The child stated he needed to say something important to his lord, while Leila tried to understand the point of his request with a smile. A grim Fennell loomed behind the boy, and Leila secretly hoped the Duke could show some restraint while talking to a commoner. But Leila quickly corrected the child, pointing out that the real lord was standing right behind her, causing confusion and whispers among the gathered onlookers. Fennell looked extremely annoyed and confused, because a commoner failed to recognize him as the master. The girl confirmed to the child once more that Fennell was indeed the legitimate ruler of these lands. At that moment, the boy's terrified mother rushed out of the shop, wondering in horror what her son had said. The woman began frantically apologizing to the nobles, begging for the child's forgiveness, while Leila tried to calm her down. Fennell dryly cut the scene short and told Leila to return to the carriage immediately, citing her exhaustion. The Duke's luxurious carriage set off, leaving the city bustle behind. A dispute broke out inside the carriage. Leila asked about business, but Fennell sharply replied that it was no longer her concern. The girl fell silent, but Fennell suddenly brought up their future marriage himself. He admitted that Cicely was failing many of her duties and unexpectedly agreed with Leila's points. However, Leila froze in shock upon learning that the Duke intended to summon her stepmother, Countess the Bessa, to the palace. Fennell noticed her reaction with a poisonous smirk, stating that since she complained about Cicely, the Countess would be a great alternative. Leila realized Fennell had done this intentionally to spite her, and found his behavior extremely petty. The Duke skeptically asked if it was time for her to drop the civil service exam idea, to which Leila responded with a firm refusal. Fennell asked how she planned to balance her service and her role as Duchess. Leila firmly stated that she would handle both matters. Fennell smirked, claiming that manor chores and being the Emperor's aide were completely different levels of workload that she wouldn't be able to handle. He authoritatively pointed a finger at her, stating that she seemed to have forgotten her true purpose. The Duke reminded her that her direct duty was to take care of the family and bear children, and he wouldn't tolerate her neglecting these obligations for something else. Leila recalled how the late Duchess had drilled those same thoughts into her, and at one point, she believed those words were the absolute truth. The girl clutched the fabric of her dress, wondering why the old beliefs had suddenly started to feel like a cage. A few days later, the Williot Castle was bustling with the final preparations before a major trip. Leila slumped helplessly into a chair, feeling completely exhausted from the non-stop pressure and preparation. She told her maid, Sarah, that the main wedding arrangements were done and the remaining matters would fall into Countess the Bessa's hands. Leila shuddered, remembering how her stepmother acted like the Duke's rightful mother-in-law, completely overriding her will during the prep. She admitted that the Countess's interference was shameless, as if she had suddenly gained absolute power over her. Realizing she'd lost 2 days because of her stepmother, Leila decided to get back to studying immediately, as there was very little time left before the exam. Sarah confirmed that everything was packed and they were officially heading to the capital tomorrow. To cheer up her mistress a bit, the maid suddenly asked if Leila liked sweets. She offered a jar of candies that the maids had made in the kitchen that morning, specifically for their lady. Popping one candy into her mouth, Leila tasted the sweet strawberry flavor, which for a moment lightened her state of mind. Looking at the strawberry candy, Leila recalled the moment when Emperor Kallion first addressed her by name. She replayed his words in her head about how sweets are the best way to lift your spirits when your heart feels heavy. The image of a smiling Kallion appeared before her eyes, as he sincerely hoped this humble gesture would do her some good. Savoring the taste, Leila admitted the treat was truly magnificent, and her anxieties faded for a moment. Sarah cheerfully asked if her lady wanted another candy, but Leila politely declined, thanking her for the kindness. When the maid got upset, thinking the sweets weren't to her liking, Leila hurried to reassure her. With a warm smile, she confirmed that the strawberry flavor was simply excellent and had helped her a lot. Later that night, Ominous shadows gathered over the Williot estate, plunging the castle into a somber atmosphere. A sharp bang from outside caused Leila to wake up instantly in a state of total alarm. Throwing open the curtains, she saw a wall of pouring rain that began to mercilessly drench the surroundings. The girl was horrified, realizing the rainy season had started much earlier than expected, and the estate was completely unprepared for it. By the third day of the non-stop storm, Leila realized their departure for the capital was officially in jeopardy. A terrified servant rushed to her, reporting that major trouble had started because of the storm. Hearing about the disaster, Leila instantly flashed back to the fatal night when the previous Duke and Duchess died in a similar storm. Shock and resurfacing memories made the girl's head spin, and she could barely stay on her feet. Sarah noticed her mistress was breaking into a cold sweat, but Leila stubbornly tried to hide her condition. The servant kept pushing the seriousness of the situation, claiming the matter had taken a critical turn. He delivered the terrible news. The riverbank in the lower reaches had burst, and water was flooding the residential areas. Despite her weakness, Leila resolutely headed to the Duke, knowing she couldn't afford to waste another second. In the hallway, she ran into Baron Wizard, who also looked extremely alarmed. The girl immediately demanded a detailed report on the extent of the damage following the river's breach. The Baron reported that the rice paddies and fields were completely underwater, and people were being washed away by the river. The elements continued to violently destroy everything in their path, turning the duchy's territory into a disaster zone. In the office, the advisors panicked and begged Fennell to give some kind of order, as the upper riverbank had also started to crumble. Fennell suggested repairing the riverbank right away, but his idea was immediately called total nonsense. Right then, Leila and Baron Wizard marched into the office, ready to intervene in the discussion. The girl stated that ranks didn't matter now, as the only goal was to prevent flood damage. She explained that trying to fix the riverbank in the pouring rain would only skyrocket the number of casualties among the workers. Fennell just snapped back in response, only worrying about the fate of the crops and the harvest. Leila shut him down hard, reminding him that crops can be replanted, but humans can never be brought back to life. Ignoring the Duke's protests, she ordered Lord Rowan to rally the guards for a rescue mission immediately. The girl gave the word to use every carriage and wagon on the estate to evacuate the wounded. Leila instructed Misa to prep the outbuildings for the victims and summon every available doctor. She stated flat out that she was ready to face any punishment for defying the Duke's order if it meant saving lives. Leila gave Fennell a respectful bow, asking him to show some generosity at this critical moment. Stunned by her iron determination, Fennell couldn't even find the words to talk back. The flood victims were safely settled in the estate's outbuildings under the care of the maids. The people expressed deep gratitude to Leila for sending the carriages and hoped that one day she would officially become their duchess. Rumors spread through the crowd that Fennell had threatened Leila and forbidden her from interfering in house affairs, despite his own ignorance of the land. The subjects openly discussed Leila's high competence, believing the Duke should have fully entrusted the reins of power to her. A hooded spy secretly watched the disgruntled residents, recording every word for his master. The spy reported the public sentiment to Fennell, revealing that Leila was respected far more than the legitimate heir himself. Upon hearing the report, Fennell flew into an indescribable rage, feeling deeply insulted that Leila dared to ignore his order. Meanwhile, Leila immersed herself in studying new documents, trying to find a way out of the current crisis. She asked Baron Wizard in bewilderment why the rainy season budget had been cut in half, and learned it was the Duke's personal decision. The Baron apologized dejectedly, explaining that Fennell had strictly forbidden him from sharing any information about the duchy's affairs with her. Leila insisted on seeing the new financial plan, and Wizard handed over the papers drawn up based on the reduced budget. Leila was horrified to read that the Duke had canceled the wizard's employment and decided to reinforce the riverbanks with regular stones instead. She asked the Baron in bewilderment if Fennel really didn't know about the high level of quan in the manor's water veins, which made ordinary stones useless. The girls studied the reports and realized that even the previous dukes didn't know about this unique trait, which she had stumbled upon by chance while analyzing the last drought. Knowing Anam was vulnerable to quan, Leila had previously personally ordered the riverbank to be built out of special door stone to hold back the water. Leila realized the catastrophic scale of the mistake. Because of Fennel's penny pinching, the final flood damage was several times higher than the entire reduced budget. Realizing that any further delay would lead to total ruin, Leila firmly told Baron Wizard that she needed to see the Duke immediately. She was determined to tell Fennel exactly what she thought of his management methods, despite all his previous threats. Bursting in on the Duke, Leila straight up told him she was there because of the critical problems with the rainy season prep caused by his incompetence. She pointed out the insanity of his decision to fire the wizards and change the dikes, demanding immediate explanations. In response, Fennel only snidely asked, since when Leila had started considering the Williot territory her own property. The Duke rudely reminded her that she wasn't an official family member yet, and sharply asked on what grounds she even dared to talk about these lands as ours. In a fit of rage, Fennel swiped the documents out of Leila's hands, shouting that this was strictly his territory and he wouldn't tolerate her interference. Fennel accused Leila of showing off, claiming she just wanted to prove to everyone she was fit to be the Lord and make him look bad. He called her shameless and accused her of spreading rumors about him, leaving the girl completely bewildered. The Duke ordered Leila to stop sticking her nose into the estate's business, threatening that this was her final warning. Cutting the conversation short, Fennel coldly stated that he wouldn't even look at her anymore and walked away. Left alone, Leila reflected on those words, trying to figure out how she should react to such a clear fallout. The girl stood by the window for a long time, watching the pouring rain that highlighted her isolation and the collapse of her old life. Misa informed her mistress that rumors were swirling through the manor, with subjects openly comparing the Duke's and Leila's actions during the crisis. Leila realized Fennel blamed her for the gossip, even though she was just trying to save lives. She wondered why, despite such hatred, Fennel was still pushing to get married as soon as possible. In the end, Leila concluded that the reasons behind his behavior just didn't matter to her anymore. After a while, when the storm died down, Leila prepared to leave the estate and requested a carriage for her departure. However, the servant apologized, stating that all the carriages were still being used to evacuate and help the flood victims. Fennel snagged the last remaining carriage to take Cicely out, claiming that walking during the rainy season was bad for a pregnant woman's health. The civil service exam was only 5 days away, and Leila knew she had to hit the road immediately to make it to the capital in time. The girl was so desperate, she was willing to use a basic wagon. But the servant told her there wasn't a single ride left on the entire estate. Leila realized that if she didn't find a way out now, she'd miss the exam and lose her shot at independence forever. Meanwhile, at the imperial office, Bear reported that out of 200 applicants, only 171 candidates actually showed up. Callian jokingly pointed out that Bear looked super annoyed with the massive workload of organizing everything. The Emperor confirmed that his aide could head home right after the exam was over, even if things didn't go as planned. Carefully checking the attendance list, Callian didn't see Leila Thebessa, and suspiciously asked if the Duke's fiancé really hadn't shown up. Bear noticed his master's sudden interest and explained that a ton of top-tier talent from various fields had arrived for this exam. Callian flashed back to Leila, certain that a girl as capable as her wouldn't just walk away from her goals. Seeing the Emperor's concern, the aide suggested digging into the real reason why Lady Thebessa never made it to the capital. There were only 30 minutes left until the exam officially kicked off, and Leila's time was rapidly running out. Callian, dressed in his ceremonial uniform, suddenly announced to his aide that he intended to go to the examination site as well. Bear asked in bewilderment if the Emperor was really going to direct the testing process himself, to which Callian responded with a short challenge. The aide warned that the monarch's presence would make all the candidates tremble. But the Emperor snapped that those who couldn't handle his pressure weren't fit to be his assistants. As Callian stepped into the examination hall, the stunned applicants hurried to pay their respects to the ruler. Scanning the crowd, the Emperor noted with disappointment that, contrary to his expectations, only men had gathered in the hall. His thoughts immediately drifted back to Leila Thebessa and the bitter question of whether she had actually decided to give up and didn't show. Bear suggested closing the doors since time was up, but Callian made a final check on exactly how much time was left. There was exactly 1 minute left until the start, and the Emperor noted with a heavy heart that Leila had finally missed the trial. The order was given to close the main entrance, cutting off any possibility for new participants to appear. Suddenly, Callian froze, hearing a desperate shout from outside, begging them to wait. An exhausted and breathless Leila appeared at the doorway, having managed to reach the palace at the very last second. Leila arrived at the palace looking like a total mess, out of breath and with no time to fix her clothes after the rough journey. The aide, Bear, walked up to her and officially verified her identity, confirming her status as Lady Leila Thebessa. The other male candidates immediately started whispering, recognizing her as Duke Wiliot's fiancé. Rumors started spreading through the hall about Leila's rocky relationship with her fiancé, and why a future duchess would even bother taking this exam. Callian, annoyed by the rising noise, ordered everyone to shut up immediately. The Emperor strictly announced that the trial had already begun, forcing everyone to stop talking. Bear calmed a nervous Leila down, assuring her that she wouldn't be disqualified for showing up late. The aide officially invited Lady Thebessa to take her seat and start the test. The nobles in the hall kept whispering skeptically, certain that the only woman among the participants wouldn't be able to make it anyway. Applicants openly doubted the quality of her education, considering this exam the hardest one in the Empire's history. Later on, while checking the results, Callian froze in total shock when he found Leila sitting at number 1. The Emperor admitted to Burr that while he knew Leila was smart, he never expected her to actually be the absolute best out of everyone. Scholars praised Leila's work until their throats were dry, blown away by the depth of her analytical thinking. Bear confirmed that the level of the girl's answers was absolutely stunning for such a tough state trial. Usually writing at such a fast pace ruins the quality, but Leila managed to keep her answers perfect until the very last page. Bear excitedly pointed out that since she's so good at theory, she'll be an indispensable asset for handling massive amounts of paperwork. Callian coldly shut down his hype, strictly reminding his aide that Lady Thebessa is a human being, not just a useful tool. Caught off guard, Bear started making excuses, explaining he just wants to see her talents in action as an assistant as soon as possible. The Emperor snidely noted that Burr is just dreaming of dumping his duties on Leila, but admitted his gut feeling about this girl was spot on. Callian ordered an immediate private meeting with Leila, wanting to speak with her face to face. Bear confusedly reported that the girl had already left the palace grounds, since no one expected such a quick summons. The aide rushed to call the servants to track down and bring Lady Thebessa back immediately. A satisfied smirk appeared on Callian's lips. He was clearly enjoying that everything was going according to his plan. A moment later, Leila found herself sitting at a luxurious garden table, completely baffled as to why she had been brought back to the palace. Callian complimented Leila, noting that she looked gorgeous, which took her by complete surprise. Leila hurried to apologize for her messy appearance during the test, but the Emperor reassured her that her look didn't cause any harm to anyone. Callian watched her closely, expressing his certainty that since she arrived in that state, something must have happened on her way. Deciding to hide her fallout with Phelan, Leila explained her delay was due to a lack of carriages at the manor caused by rainy season prep. The girl shared that she had to rely on a merchant caravan that just happened to be passing by. Callian was shocked that a noble lady was forced to travel to the capital in a basic wagon instead of a carriage. The Emperor noted she could have ridden a horse, but a blushing Leila admitted she had no idea how to ride. Leila bitterly realized that Countess Thebessa had intentionally denied her a basic noble upbringing, forcing her to do nothing but paperwork. Callian fell into thought, realizing just how harsh and unfair the girl's life had been within her own family. Suddenly, the Emperor officially announced to Leila that she had taken the #1 spot in the civil service exam. He sarcastically asked if she was doubting the competence of the scholars, his aide, and even his own eyesight. Callian confirmed he was choosing her as his personal assistant, leaving Leila completely stunned by the realization of her new status. Callian officially congratulated Leila on winning the exam, cementing her status as the top candidate. The girl could barely hold back tears of joy, realizing she actually did it, and thanked the Emperor for giving her a shot. Leila was already seeing herself in her new role as a civil servant, knowing this was her only path to real freedom. However, anxiety immediately kicked in. She wondered if Phelan would even let her take the Emperor's assistant position. Callian had a good laugh noticing her confusion, while Leila tried to get her head straight. The girl decided she needed to head back to the Williot estate first to pack her things and officially prep for the move. Leila mentioned she had to ask the Duke for permission, which caused a sharp flash of annoyance from Callian. Nervously clutching her dress, she justified her words by saying that Phelan was still her official fiancé. The Emperor shot back with a tough question. Did Duke Williot ever ask for her permission when he was making his controversial moves? Leila bitterly recalled how Phelan always acted strictly on his own terms, completely ignoring her thoughts and feelings. The girl always had to clean up the mess from his decisions and take full responsibility for them single-handedly. Callian was genuinely baffled as to why Leila's fiancé never gave her any credit, even though she was the backbone of his household. Callian wondered if Fennell ignored Leila's opinion just because he held the title of Duke. Leila recalled the time of the former Duke, who always respected his wife's opinion and valued her input. She realized that in their family, mutual respect was a natural expression of care, not just a formal obligation. The concept of consideration echoed in her mind, forcing her to rethink the years spent by Fennell's side. The girl finally admitted the bitter truth. Fennell never took her opinion into account, and only now did she realize the scale of his indifference. Leila realized she'd known the truth for a long time, but chose to ignore it just to avoid feeling completely miserable about being treated that way. Noticing her deep thoughts, Callian made a remark, and Leila promised to focus better on the task at hand in the future. She timidly asked if the Emperor really expected them to meet again sometime soon. The girl realized their next meeting would happen under a new status, as the Emperor and his official personal assistant. Callian clarified her return timeline, noting that the trip to the Williot estate would take only about a month, and Leila thanked him for his consideration. With a warm smile, the Emperor replied that it was the least he could do for the person who would soon become his right hand. Leaning in close, Callian emphasized that he truly needed her help and would be waiting for her return to the palace at any time. Soon, the luxurious carriage set off, carrying Leila away from the capital and back to her old estate. Sitting in the carriage, the girl reflected on the Emperor's generosity. He'd provided her with clothes and a ride, and she decided she definitely had to thank him properly later. On the way, Leila wondered what kind of gift to give the emperor as a thank you, jewels or clothes, but quickly realized he already had more than enough material things. She kept replaying the moment when Callian leaned in close and admitted that he truly needed her help. These memories made the girl blush and sink deeper into her thoughts during the entire trip. Leila's reflections were cut short by the coachman's voice, announcing that the carriage had arrived at the Williot estate. Leila stepped out of the imperial carriage at the estate entrance, anxiously wondering how Phelan would react to her big comeback. The loyal maids joyfully greeted their lady, reporting that the restoration work on the estate after the flood had been going smoothly while she was away. Misa couldn't hold back her tears of joy, since news had already reached the estate that Leila didn't just pass the test, but actually took the #1 spot. Leila tried to humble brag and chalk her success up to luck, but the loyal maids were having none of it, insisting the result was all thanks to her brilliant mind. The happy vibes were instantly trashed when Phelan showed up, coldly downplaying Leila's achievement by saying it was no big deal. With pure salt and irritation, the Duke gave his fiancée a formal congrats, admitting through gritted teeth that he never expected her to actually be the best candidate. Leila admitted that passing the exam was a truly meaningful milestone for her, even though she never expected Fennel to share in her happiness. The Duke called her ambitions totally far-fetched and bluntly asked if she actually intended to become the Emperor's assistant. Leila confirmed her intentions without hesitation, openly stating her desire to build a career at court. Fennel flew into a rage because she made such a major decision on her own and rudely reminded her of her status as his fiancé, demanding she answer for her every move. In response, Leila reasonably questioned why she should ask for his permission when he himself never consulted her before making his moves. The girl reminded him that the late Duke always respected his wife's opinion. But Fennel just gave a mocking laugh, reducing the whole argument to Leila being jealous of his care for Cicely. Fennel gave Leila a harsh ultimatum, stating that being the mistress of his house was incompatible with being an imperial aide. In a fit of rage, the Duke pointed to the door and ordered Leila to get out of his mansion immediately, cutting all ties for good. Leila silently endured the insult, while Misa realized with horror that Fennel was actually kicking her out just because she wouldn't submit. The loyal maid tearfully begged her lady to admit she was wrong and apologize to the Duke, just to keep a roof over her head. However, Leila showed an iron will, confirming that achieving success through her own talents and knowledge couldn't possibly be a crime. The girl officially addressed Fennel by his full title, stating she would leave the estate on her own terms to keep what was left of her dignity. With cold composure, Leila officially broke off the engagement, deciding to leave behind the man who never appreciated her loyalty, once and for all. Leila realized the crack in their relationship started the day Phelan brought Cicely home, and while she sensed a breakup coming, she didn't expect it to go down like this. The girl caught herself thinking that she never once imagined she'd be the one to officially pull the plug on their years-long engagement first. Back in her room, Leila was faced with the maid's question about what to do with the gorgeous dress she'd planned to wear as the future Duchess. Without a hint of doubt, Leila ordered the outfit to be tossed out immediately, finally getting rid of the things tying her to the Williot household. The only thing she couldn't throw away was an elegant hairpin, a personal gift from the late Duchess, reminding her of the few happy days she actually had in that mansion. Leila warmly recalled the day the late Duchess gave her that very hairpin, noting how perfectly it matched her hair. The girl stood in the middle of the room in deep sorrow, realizing her former attachment to the Williot house had turned to ash. Looking at the books and scrolls scattered across the floor, Leila ordered Sarah with a heavy heart to throw it all away, despite how much she used to treasure those things. Watching Fennel embrace Cicely, Leila was finally convinced that her patience had snapped, and there was no going back to the past. Her gaze fell on the box brought by her stepmother, a reminder of Countess Thebesa's darkest and dirtiest advice. The girl remembered the vials of dangerous potions and realized she would now have to personally inform her family about the final broken engagement. Leila ordered the box to be discarded as well, deciding that from now on, Fennell would deal with the consequences of his actions himself, without her help. Stunned by her mistress's strength of spirit, Sarah firmly stated she had decided to leave the estate with her and stay loyal to the end. Sarah firmly told Leila she had the right to choose her own job, shutting down any attempts to talk her out of leaving the Williot estate. The maid pointed out that her decision wasn't about the money, and she was ready to follow her mistress even under less favorable conditions. Sarah recalled how 5 years ago, during a massive harvest failure, Leila secretly gave out provisions from the hoard, saving her brothers from starving to death. The loyal servant expressed a sincere wish to repay that mercy by becoming Leila's support in the capital. Leila accepted the devotion and thanked Sarah, officially bringing her onto her personal staff. Meanwhile, Phylon was left alone, arrogantly reasoning that Leila only passed the test to help him, as his pride wouldn't let him accept any other reality. The butler interrupted the Duke's thoughts, reporting that Leila had ordered her entire luggage to be tossed out, and asked what should be done with her belongings. Fennell gripped the curtain in a rage, refusing to believe Leila was gone for good. He ordered her things not to be trashed, but moved to storage, dead sure she'd eventually crawl back to him. The maids were hit hard by their lady's departure, feeling the void within the manor walls without her presence. The butler tried to talk the sobbing Misa down, voicing his total confidence that Leila would definitely find her way back to the duchy. Trying to lighten the mood, the old man botched a saying about how a quarrel between a husband and wife is like cutting water with a sword. But he was so flustered, he mixed up all the words. The butler added that only Leila was truly worthy of being the mistress of the Williot household, and no one else could ever take her place. Just then, Sisley showed up in a fancy new gown. When a servant addressed her as "little lady," she took it as a total insult. The infuriated woman demanded they stop using the wrong title immediately, insisting on getting the proper respect. With a smug smirk, Sisley declared that from now on, she was the only mistress of the estate, while Leila was just a woman who'd up and left on her own. The servants began hauling Leila's many trunks to the warehouse on the Duke's personal orders, as he still refused to officially accept the breakup. Sisley watched Leila's things being moved with total suspicion, realizing Fennell wasn't ready to fully dump his fiancé's past just yet. She authoritatively ordered the servants to bring one of the trunks straight to her for an inspection. The staff confirmed those were Lady Thebesa's personal belongings, which the Duke had ordered to be safely tucked away in the warehouse. Sisley flew into a rage because the head maid had the nerve to talk back to her while defending the former mistress's interests. The butler just shook his head in disappointment, seeing the mansion's vibe go south because of the new favorite's antics. With a mocking laugh, Sisley claimed the servants in this house were too slow and needed simple instructions repeated 1,000 times. She started shamelessly digging through Leila's stuff, insulting the head maid's professionalism and the duchy's standards along the way. The servants silently watched this looting, internally admitting that Leila was 1,000 times more dignified than this woman. Deep inside the trunk, Sisley discovered the very box with the vials that Leila had ordered to be tossed out. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the Imperial Palace, where life went on as usual, despite the crisis out in the provinces. Callian was totally floored by the contents of the report, which uncovered some unexpected details about the Williot estate affairs. The Emperor grabbed his quill immediately, prepping to issue orders that could flip the entire power balance. Callian was informed that Leila Thebesa had come to see him, which caught the Emperor totally off guard in his office. He double-checked with his aide if this was actually the same girl who crushed the Imperial Aid exam and came out on top. The Emperor got low-key stressed about her early visit, worried that Leila might have just shown up to turn down the job. Leila appeared before the son of the empire, looking sharp and sophisticated, radiating pure confidence and class. Callian thought to himself that this outfit suited her way better than any over-the-top gown loaded with jewels. Trying to keep his cool, he officially invited his guest to take a seat to kick off the formal audience. The only sound in the tense office was the slight clink of porcelain as Leila reached for her teacup. Callian was floored by her speed, since he didn't expect her back for another 3 weeks, and asked exactly when she'd made it to the capital. Leila admitted she just got in yesterday and chose to skip the rest, heading straight to the Emperor to give him her final word. The Emperor froze up in suspense, agonizing over whether she was actually about to say no to his offer. But then, Leila officially announced that she was accepting the position as his personal aide, finally choosing the path of serving the crown. The Emperor stared at his new assistant in silence, realizing that from this moment on, the political game at court would change forever. Callian was super hyped about her answer, admitting that nobody had ever messed with his head like she did. The Emperor suddenly stood up, shifting the talk to the business side of her new job. He pulled a gold medallion on a chain out of a special box, the official mark of an imperial assistant. Callian personally handed Leila the imperial medallion, giving her the green light to enter the palace whenever she wanted. He told her to wrap up all the paperwork with his top aide, Baron Betrayal, a name well known in administrative circles. Over tea, Callian pointed out again that Leila had made it to the capital way ahead of schedule, skipping her needed rest. The Emperor figured she was probably staying at Duke Wiliot's fancy mansion, so getting settled didn't take much time. But Leila set him straight, stating she was no longer living at the Duke's place, which left the monarch totally confused. Callian saw the flash of pain on her face and knew right away she was hiding some deep-seated drama or conflict. Knowing the Tavessa family didn't own any property in the capital, he pushed her to clarify exactly where she was staying. When Leila confessed she was crashing at a common city inn, Callian's mind went straight to the sketchiest, run-down taverns in the capital. Appalled by her miserable situation, the Emperor reached out to her, insisting she deserved way better living conditions than that. Callian point-blank asked Leila if she seriously didn't have enough cash to even rent a place in the capital. The Emperor was totally floored, realizing that the Duke's fiancé was stranded in the capital dead broke, and her face confirmed it. Callian turned dead serious, knowing nobody jokes about being broke. And he realized some major drama must have gone down between Leila and Phelan. To keep her focused, the Emperor offered her housing as an imperial perk, claiming that if a talent like her is uncomfortable, he'd be uncomfortable too. Leila accepted the offer with real gratitude, finally feeling some actual support from the monarch. Baron Betrayal officially presented Leila with the employment contract for the imperial aide position. Bear jokingly complained about the insane workload his boss dumped on him, prompting Callian to quip about how that mystery boss was definitely going to get chewed out. Leila watched this casual banter in total shock, wondering if an aide could actually have this kind of conversation with their sovereign. She was finally convinced that Callian was far from an ordinary aristocrat. His personality and manner of speaking were unique for a man of his status. In Leila's eyes, the Emperor appeared as a truly special person whose charisma and attitude towards his subordinates really set him apart from the rest of the nobility. Bear snapped her out of her thoughts, suggesting she read the contract terms carefully and sign the last page to finalize the paperwork. Leila locked in on the documents, realizing that this signature would be her official ticket to a new life at court. As soon as the formalities were settled, Callian pulled Bear aside and ordered him to low-key find out everything about the real relationship between Leila and Phelan Wiliot. Meanwhile, at Duke Wiliot's estate, events took a serious turn. At the council, the nobles admitted that thanks to Leila's foresight in storing food every year, the duchy wouldn't have to worry about famine this year. However, One of the advisors voiced serious concerns about next year, as most of the cropland had been completely eroded by the storm. Fennell listened coldly to the report, realizing that the consequences of his negligent management were much more serious than he had thought. The officials insisted on immediately hiring a wizard to restore the land, claiming the budget could cover it to save future harvests. The Duke cut the discussion short, suddenly stating that the main obstacle in resolving this state matter was Sicily. This admission left all the advisors present in a state of absolute shock and confusion. Fennell explained that his favorite had a pathological hatred for wizards, and he didn't want to upset her by having them at the manor. Recalling a recent conversation, Fennell admitted that Sicily had personally come to his office to influence his decisions. The woman tearfully begged the Duke not to let wizards into the house, playing with his emotions and putting her whims above the welfare of the entire region. Philin justified refusing the wizard's help by claiming that in the past, when Sicily was a princess, she was supposedly captured and brutally beaten by them. The advisors questioned whether that story was even true or just an excuse, but they continued insisting that the territory's problems required immediate magical intervention. The Duke sharply cut off any objections, claiming that the stress of meeting a wizard could cause Sicily to miscarry, and he wasn't about to risk the future heir's health. Despite officials' warning of an inevitable peasant revolt due to the unresolved flood damage, Phelan imposed a final ban on hiring specialists until the child was born. The enraged Duke jumped to his feet, declaring his unilateral decision law and threatening to throw anyone who dared defy his will into the dungeon. Phelan unilaterally adjourned the meeting, leaving the estate's administration in total shock and paralyzed in the face of the mounting crisis. The luxury carriage pulled up to a grand building, marking Leila's arrival at her new capital residence. Leila stepped out of the carriage, accompanied by Baron Burr, still not fully processing the changes in her life. The girl was floored by the scale and beauty of the mansion that was now supposed to be her new home. When Leila genuinely called Emperor Kalyan a very nice and kind man, Bear froze in total disbelief. While Leila saw the monarch as a benefactor, Bear flashed back to the exhausting mountains of paperwork the kind emperor mercilessly dumped on his aides. The Baron officially handed Leila the one and only golden key to the estate, strictly warning her to guard it with extreme care. The residence interior was fully furnished and move-in ready, with a strategic location just 10 minutes away from the imperial palace. Bear told Leila he'd send her a horse as soon as he got back to the imperial palace, wrapping up the briefing. The Baron noted that horseback riding is a must-have skill for any aristocrat, and admitted he was wrong for thinking it was rare among noble ladies. He warned the girl that the nature of being an imperial aide meant she'd have to spend a ton of time in the saddle. Burr politely offered to help Leila with her luggage, but she tactfully turned him down, not wanting to burden the Emperor's aide with her few belongings. The Emperor's aide exhaustedly complained about the massive workload from his boss and hurried to take his leave, while Leila decided to stop bothering him with extra questions. After saying goodbye, the Baron scheduled their next meeting for the following week, officially marking the beginning of Leila's first working term as an imperial official. Leila noted how incredibly convenient her new location was, keeping her within walking distance of the imperial palace. Meanwhile, Kalyan was suspiciously discussing the news of Leila and the Duke's sudden, broken engagement with his aide. Burr confirmed that rumors about the split between Leila Thabessa and Fennell Williot were already in full swing, though no official notice had been filed yet. The Emperor found the situation pretty ironic. Leila dumped him herself, but the Duke, blinded by pride, kept acting like the wedding prep was still a go. The situation was tricky, because Fennell, who had never faced defeat on the battlefield, physically couldn't handle a woman publicly trashing his reputation. Burr offered to run a deeper background check on the girl's personal life, but Kalyan shot the idea down, deciding not to overstep with his authority. The monarch decided to be tactful and wait for the moment Leila felt like opening up to him during their next meeting. Meanwhile, back at her new spot, Leila took up embroidery, realizing it had been a hot minute since she'd actually done any needlework. Leila checked her work, noting that this time the embroidery was coming out way better and cleaner than her very first try. Sarah curiously asked if she was prepping a special gift, and Leila confirmed she wanted to make a truly sincere gesture of gratitude. The maid excitedly suggested a hand-embroidered handkerchief as the most touching gift, giving Leila some real food for thought. The girl flashed back to her moments with Callian, realizing this was the first time she was doing something like this as a sincere gift rather than an obligation. After making up her mind, Leila committed to the handkerchief idea to show the Emperor her appreciation for saving her and trusting her. She got right to work, picking the imperial pattern for the design, thinking it was the most fitting choice for someone of his status. As she worked, Leila realized that finishing such a complex embroidery would take way more time and effort than she first expected. To the steady rhythm of the needle, the outline of the majestic blue dragon, the symbol of imperial power, slowly began to appear on the white fabric. Leila woke up at the crack of dawn, determined to finish the embroidery as fast as possible to give the Emperor his gift on time. She reflected on Callian's massive workload after his recent coronation and concluded that she'd finally gotten used to life in the capital. The girl felt a pang of guilt, realizing Baron Delrond was carrying the whole load by himself while she was just taking it easy. Casting her leisure aside, Leila resolutely headed to the palace to jump straight into the paperwork and help the monarch. Arriving for duty, Leila realized she'd shown up way too early, as the Emperor hadn't even stepped into his office yet. A maid politely asked her to wait in the reception room while the palace finished its morning preparations for the audiences. While waiting, Leila admitted that her habit of jumping up at dawn and getting right to work was forged over years of grueling service at Duke Wiliot's house. She fondly recalled how Sarah and the butler expressed concern about how little their mistress slept and offered her fortifying tea to support her health. Leila realized her departure from the Wiliot estate looked more like a hasty escape, and she regretted not saying a proper goodbye to the loyal servants. Despite spending 10 years within those walls, the girl made a final decision never to return to the place that had become a source of pain for her. The realization of the final breakup and the weight of past grievances caused Leila to lose control of her emotions, and she burst into tears, unable to hold back any longer. Emperor Callian entered the reception room and immediately apologized for the delay, explaining his lateness by suddenly arising urgent state affairs. He admitted that he had made Leila wait too long, showing a sensitivity to the feelings of his new assistant that was rare for a monarch. Seeing tears in her eyes, he immediately handed her a handkerchief. It was the first thing that came to mind, but he also wanted to comfort her. They sat down at the table for a private talk, where the quiet atmosphere highlighted the new level of trust being established between the ruler and Leila. Leila felt a burning shame for her momentary weakness and messy appearance, which made her unable to even lift her eyes to the Emperor during tea. Callian pointed out that Leila kept staring at her teacup, totally ignoring the person sitting right in front of her. The Emperor mockingly apologized, joking that he must be less charming than a regular teacup, and burst out laughing to break the ice. Leila flusteredly started to protest, assuring the monarch of his exceptional charm, which caused a sudden shift in Callian's mood. Callian couldn't hold back a genuine laugh, clearly enjoying his new aide's blunt and honest reaction. He teased Leila, noting that she takes jokes way too seriously and remains extremely vulnerable to his banter. After he finished laughing, the Emperor got down to business and straight up asked what exactly brought her to the palace so early, without waiting for her official start date. He figured Leila might not have liked the assigned housing, but she quickly assured him she was super grateful for such a nice mansion. Leila admitted she'd heard from Baron Delron about how swamped the emperor was with an insane amount of unfinished state business. Driven by a sense of duty, she asked if there was anything she could do right now to help lighten his current load. Callian clarified if that meant she was ready to start her aid duties immediately, even though he'd intended to give her a week off to recover her mental state. The girl straightened her posture and confidently stated that she was perfectly fine and had no reason to shirk her work. Callian, with a soft smile, noted that his new aide was actually an incurable workaholic. The monarch suddenly cut the business talk short and invited Leila to share breakfast with him, clearly catching her off guard. The girl found herself at a lavish table right next to the emperor, feeling massive pressure from such a high level of informal interaction. Leila, who wasn't used to breakfast at such an early hour, seriously feared that the nervous tension of being near the ruler would cause her indigestion. In a fit of panic, she seriously considered asking to change her seat, but was interrupted by the appearance of Baron Delron. The emperor's head aide looked completely drained and complained about the unbearably bright morning light, barely staying on his feet from exhaustion. Noticing that Bear was wearing the exact same clothes as yesterday, Leila realized with sympathy that the Baron had spent the whole night grinding through state paperwork. Burr was totally confused seeing Leila at the emperor's table. But Callian coolly explained she'd shown up early to start the job. Hearing that news, the Baron was absolutely hyped, unable to hide his joy at finally getting some backup. In a total rush of excitement, Bear lunged toward Leila, pushing her to ditch the food and dive into work right that second. The aide started rattling off a never-ending list of backlogged paperwork, while Callian watched the overly emotional interaction with a growing death stare. Seeing Bear shamelessly grab his new aide's hands, the emperor lost his cool and barked at everyone to get back in their seats. Radiating a terrifying and dominant aura, Callian reminded his subordinate that it was time for breakfast, not business, effectively shutting the Baron down. Bear instantly changed his mood, smiling and saying that he had completely forgotten that it was already morning and that he needed to have breakfast. The Baron apologized to Leila for the rush, dropping some wisdom that you can't really run an empire on an empty stomach. Leila watched with interest as Bear finally took his proper seat at the table, bringing back a more chill and polite vibe to the talk. The staff brought out a fancy breakfast of salmon and fresh bread to fuel the aides up before they hit the heavy workload. Right in the middle of the meal, Bear didn't miss a beat, bringing up the latest gossip about Lady Alton sending yet another love letter to the Emperor. Callian saw right through his nosy aide, catching him red-handed reading private mail meant only for the monarch. Bear jokingly asked the Emperor if he should stop reading his private mail, but Callian gave a flat no, noting their current chat had zero to do with the letter's contents. The monarch snidely remarked that he'd rather his aide go blind from reading those letters than himself, ignoring the Baron's goofy complaints about his precious eyesight. Leila watched the casual scene in total shock, wondering if meals at the highest level of power were always this light and lively. She flashed back to her dinners with the advisors at the Williot estate, where the vibe was always stiff, formal, and completely cold. The girl admitted that spending years in that suffocating atmosphere had been a heavy burden she was finally able to drop. Burr noticed Leila was spacing out, and concernedly asked if the food wasn't to her liking, making her jump in surprise. Leila tried to brush off the awkwardness, blaming the tension on the Emperor's teasing, and urged everyone to just enjoy the meal. Despite her nerves, she found herself eating with a solid appetite, even though she originally planned to just have a tiny bite. Baron Burr officially shifted his tone, reminding Leila that she was now an imperial official, and he had to address her with proper respect. The Emperor's aide voiced his hopes for working well together, and Leila politely thanked Baron Delron for the warm welcome. Callian snidely commented on their new formal greetings, teasing Leila in his usual way about her sudden status upgrade. The emperor watched the scene with satisfaction, noting that, while the light atmosphere was new to him, it felt way better than the usual palace routine. Leila realized that, thanks to the sincere company and feeling safe, the food actually tasted way better than usual. Meanwhile, at the Williot estate, a mysterious figure in a dark cloak met secretly with a maid, likely digging for info on Leila's latest moves. Cicely, hidden deep under her hood, listened to her informant's shocking report with clear interest. She curiously examined the 2 seized vials, asking the maid if she was actually holding potent medicinal drugs. The maid confirmed that according to the apothecary, 1 vial contained an abortion drug, while the other was for boosting fertility. Cicely immediately cooked up a conspiracy theory, figuring Leila planned to secretly get pregnant by the Duke while getting rid of her rival and the baby at the same time. A wicked smirk spread across Cicely's face. She realized that if this evidence reached Phelan, he'd never forgive Leila and would cut her out of his life for good. Wanting to rule out any mistakes, she demanded the trembling maid point out exactly which vial was meant for the abortion. Cicely looked down on the servant, trashing her for her low background and being stupid, thinking only a loser would hesitate to hand over such valuable info. Under the cover of night in the garden, the maid confirmed the red elixir was the abortion pill, handing Cicely a lethal tool for her schemes. The maid officially confirmed the elixir's purposes. The blue one was for pregnancy, and the red one was for abortion. With a predatory smirk, Cicely took the dangerous trophies, internally praising the informant for doing the dirty work. Meanwhile, Baron Delron started Leila's first briefing, pointing out that her office was located right next to the Emperor's. He explained that the offices being so close guaranteed fast communication and would keep the new aide from getting lost in the endless palace hallways. Bear officially stated the work hours from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., though his look made it clear those boundaries were rarely kept. With a crazed look in his eyes, the Baron warned her about inevitable early arrivals and late nights, making Leila instantly realize the harsh reality of her new role. He bluntly admitted that, due to the massive workload, he had no time to play mentor and expected her to jump right into the grind. Leila showed iron resolve, promising to give it her all to take over her share of the imperial bureaucracy as fast as possible. Bear voiced his deep trust in Leila's words, seeing her mindset as truly reliable and worthy of an imperial official. The Baron sincerely hoped the new aide would get used to these grand walls soon, as they were now her second home. He explained that while the outer palace has an office too, the real state business and big decisions happen right here at the Emperor's headquarters. Bear officially showed Leila her personal workspace, fully decked out for handling high-stakes state business. The girl realized with a racing heart that this very desk was where her new life as a full-fledged civil servant would begin. Leila felt like the whole thing was a beautiful dream where she finally got the recognition and respect she earned. She resolutely took her seat, fully embracing the weight of responsibility and prepping for her first day on the job. The Baron asked if Leila was satisfied with her spot, and she gave her full approval, calling the office perfectly comfortable. Baron Bear got right to it, starting a deep dive briefing on Leila's new job duties. He dumped a massive pile of papers on her, ordering her to start by sorting them in strict chronological order. Bear added that the rest of the archive had to be split by region and case type, totally flooring Leila with the insane scale of the workload. The girl was shell-shocked, realizing that even after 10 years of running the Williot Duchy, she'd never seen this much paperwork all at once. The Baron explained that due to lazy officials, aides often have to personally hit up different departments to get missing seals on approved acts. When Leila offered to take that task off his plate and go get the seals herself, Bear suddenly shut her down and snatched the papers back. He shot Leila down with a flat-out, hard no, showing some unexpected and scary grit on the matter. Burr laid down an ultimatum, forbidding the new aide from stepping foot in the outer palace, telling her to stick strictly to the paperwork inside the office for now. Leila asked about the deadlines for her current tasks, and the Baron told her not to push herself too hard on her very first day. Bear suggested she wrap up at exactly 6 p.m. and head home, promising to finish the rest himself. But Leila flat out refused to leave her assignment half done. The Baron was surprised and asked if she really planned to stay late at the office just for some paperwork. The girl explained that leaving tasks unfinished or dumping her responsibility onto other staff members was totally against her principles. That answer totally hyped Burr up, and he was genuinely impressed by his new colleague's perfect work ethic. Bear was walking past the garden on his way to run some errands when he suddenly heard some men talking. They were discussing whether Leila Thabessa could really get the highest score on the most difficult exam in history. Nobles started gossiping about Leila's success, wondering how a woman could outshine even the literal geniuses from the academy. The haters brought up her interaction with the emperor at the banquet and started spreading nasty rumors that the monarch might have low-key slipped her the answers beforehand. The nobles kept spewing venom, claiming the emperor had simply made Leila his mistress under the guise of an aide position, completely ignoring her status as an engaged woman. Baron Burr, who happened to overhear this trashy gossip in the outer court, was horrified and decided he had to protect Leila from these rumors at all costs. Meanwhile, in the garden, an influential old aristocrat was openly trashing Callian in front of other nobles, calling his actions selfish and a disgrace to the throne. Despite not being blood-related, this man viewed the emperor as his honorary grandson and decided he was obligated to step in and force his wisdom on the young monarch. The old man wore a devious smirk, planning to use his influence to temporarily seize control of the situation and rein in the headstrong ruler. Callian drew a line between Leila and Baron Delrond, noting the physical strength gap between a man and a woman. The emperor clarified he wasn't trying to discriminate, but was just genuinely worried about her burning out from the heavy workload. Leila humbly agreed, admitting that having more stamina would have definitely helped her stay on top of her tasks. Callian told her not to push herself too hard, assuring her that the help she'd already given was more than enough. As he got up to leave, he felt a strange wall between them. Realizing his status as the son of the empire forced a cold distance between them. He thought back to their time on the streets, realizing his feelings for her were way stronger than he first thought. The emperor was low-key annoyed by how friendly Bear was with her, calling her by her first name while he was stuck following strict palace etiquette. Callian felt a sting of annoyance, realizing his high status built an unbreakable wall of formalities between him and Leila. The emperor suddenly addressed the girl, calling her by her formal title, which made Leila instantly go on high alert. He politely asked if she'd mind if he started calling her by her first name in private, wanting to close the gap between them just a little bit. After his aide left, Callian dove back into the grind of state affairs, left alone with mountains of unfinished reports. Despite the grueling schedule, the monarch kept up his iron-willed persona and dryly ordered the next visitor to come in. Baron Bear walked into the office with yet another batch of papers, marking the start of another round of endless paperwork. Soon, Lord Hiltine appeared before the emperor, the grim and imposing leader of the Crowd Knights, there to report on security matters. Bear gave the arriving lord a friendly greeting, trying to keep things light within the formal palace setting. Hiltine responded with nothing but a stiff, strictly professional nod, showing zero interest in starting a conversation. Baron Bear noted with a sigh that after 7 years on the job, they've barely talked, and clicking with someone that cold seemed like an impossible mission. Callian dryly ordered the knight to keep digging into the case, and Hiltine confirmed he was on it without a second thought. The knight leader marched out of the office with his typical authority, leaving a heavy tension in the air behind him. Once he was gone, Bear complained to the emperor about the lord's obvious hate. But Callian snidely remarked that the knight just didn't care about him at all. When the baron asked in horror if total indifference was actually worse than open hate, the emperor simply confirmed it, while still looking at his papers. Bear stood frozen in the doorway, staring at another mountain of reports, realizing that the workload was blowing up faster than they could handle it. Callian kept grinding away at an old case despite his current workload. Bear asked if the emperor was still trying to investigate something from over 10 years ago. The aide pointed out that after all this time, any evidence was probably long gone. But Callian wouldn't budge, dead set on uncovering secrets that were still a total mystery to him. Bear just stared at his master in silence, blown away by his obsession with the case and knowing there was no changing his mind. Snapping out of it, the emperor asked what Burr needed. The aide handed over a new stack of documents that had to be processed before the day was over. Callian stared in horror at the piles of paper that seemed to multiply on his desk, no matter how hard he worked. The monarch announced that starting tomorrow, Leila would be handling some of the reports. Hearing her name without a formal title, Burr froze at his master's sudden familiarity. The baron voiced some serious concern that the handover was happening way too fast, since she'd just started and hadn't really found her footing yet. Callian explained they had a victory celebration to attend tomorrow, so he wanted to delegate some duties to Leila early. Burr finally got why she'd been so busy lately, and asked if the emperor was done briefing her. 542. Bear noticed with surprise that the emperor called Leila by her first name again, completely ignoring the usual palace etiquette. The assistant expressed his admiration for how Leila was handling the sudden mountain of work, but he wanted to point something out to His Majesty. Bear suddenly asked why His Majesty allowed himself to address Lady Thebessa directly by name. Callian was surprised because there was nothing unusual about that. He justified his actions by stating he calls everyone in the inner circle by their name, including Bear himself, seeing no reason for discrimination. Bear shifted the conversation to a graver matter, asking if the emperor knew exactly how the foul rumors about Leila were spreading among the nobility. Callian acknowledged with visible irritation the gossip labeling Leila as his mistress and accusing her of cheating on Duke Williot. The aide advised the monarch to refrain from using her first name in public, fearing it would cause irreparable damage to the imperial house's reputation. Callian sank into deep thought, admitting that he hadn't given these rumors much thought because they were pure lies. But now he understood that he had to be more careful. Callian realized that Leila only appeared strong, but was actually a very soft and sensitive person. He feared that finding out about the foul rumors would deeply hurt her. The emperor recalled the moment he wiped away her tears and vowed to himself that he would never let this girl cry again over someone else's malice. In a fit of rage, Callian suggested a radical fix, sending everyone spreading the rumors to a labor camp. Bear was horrified by the cruelty and begged his master not to make such unreasonable demands. Claiming he was swamped, Bear hurried out of the office, leaving the monarch with orders to finish the remaining paperwork by tomorrow. Left alone, Callian acknowledged that the issue regarding the rumors and the way he addressed Leila by her name was becoming a serious problem. The monarch decided that from now on, he must pay strict attention to everything happening behind the scenes at the palace. A new day dawned, bringing an atmosphere of anticipation and hidden tension within the imperial residence. Leila stood before the massive doors of her new office, took a deep breath, and prepared for her first official day as an imperial aide. Leila clutched her first official report. Despite years of experience managing a duchy, she felt an unexplainable tremor in her knees before this audience. The girl commanded herself to stay calm and show no weakness, being fully confident in the quality of her work and the depth of her knowledge. She resolutely reached for the massive gilded handle of the imperial office doors, realizing that her new life was officially beginning behind them. In the waiting room, Leila was met by the chief chamberlain and maids who bowed respectfully before the monarch's new aide. The chamberlain expressed confidence in her success, noting the extreme importance of her now reporting to the emperor personally and without intermediaries. The old man solemnly threw open the office doors, officially announcing Lady Thebessa's arrival to the emperor. Leila stepped into the sunlit hall and formally greeted Callian, trying to remain composed under his intense gaze. The emperor greeted her and ordered the steward to stay and leave the doors open, observing the rules of propriety and trying not to give any unnecessary cause for gossip. Chamberlain Rachel obediently carried out the emperor's order, trying to hide his excitement from the angry ruler. Leila walked past rows of servants who bowed low, showing her the level of respect usually reserved for the empire's highest officials. The girl was completely baffled by the sudden change in the staff's behavior and didn't realize what had triggered such a sharp reaction from the monarch. Callian maintained an icy composure, making it clear that any breach of discipline in his presence was unacceptable. The emperor sternly ordered the chamberlain to repeat his last words, deliberately pointing out the mistake made in addressing Leila. The old man froze in terror, realizing that his dismissive tone toward Lady Tevessa had invoked the wrath of the son of the empire. He hurried to apologize to the emperor, making excuses for his lack of tact in front of the new aide. The chamberlain officially admitted his mistake in using the wrong title. From now on, he will always address her as Madame Thebessa. Leila tried to ease the tension, assuring him she understood it was unintentional and held no grudge. Callian dryly accepted the explanation, but demanded the subordinate be extremely vigilant in the future to avoid such incidents. The monarch issued a harsh warning to all staff. Any rumors or signs of disrespect toward his aide would be dealt with immediately and severely. The chamberlain bowed his head in submission, promising the emperor to strictly follow palace protocol from then on. Once the disciplinary matter was settled, Callian ordered the staff to leave, and the massive office doors closed tightly, cutting off any eavesdroppers. Callian officially asked Leila to present her first report, noting that her duties began as of that day. The girl tried her best to stop her inner trembling, mentally telling herself to stay calm and not make a single mistake. The emperor began reviewing the submitted papers with dead seriousness, carefully reading through every detail. Leila waited in silence for a verdict, feeling the heavy, tense atmosphere fill the office. Callian broke the silence by questioning agenda item number 4, demanding to know the logic behind her classification method. He asked for her judgment on the requested data. Leila noted to herself that such tasks were routine back at the Williot mansion. The girl confidently explained her reasoning, realizing that palace work was hardly different from what she had been doing for years. Callian hesitated for a moment, lost for words because he was struck by the professional quality of the analysis. Leila misread his silence, fearing she had made a blunder, and immediately offered to correct anything that was missing. She began frantically searching the text for flaws, worried that some vital information had been overlooked. The emperor sharply tossed the papers aside and declared the previous report writer should resign, as Leila had outclassed them completely. The girl shyly asked if she should take that as a compliment, and Callian confirmed her brilliant success with a satisfied smile. Callian carefully studied Leila's first report and was absolutely delighted. He noted that for a newcomer, the work was executed flawlessly, and sincerely praised her efforts, admitting he hadn't expected such professionalism on the first try. Hearing the emperor's approval, Leila beamed. After years of being devalued at the Williot house, simple recognition of her merits by a professional of such high standing brought her genuine joy and a smile. Having concluded the business discussion, Kalyan allowed his new assistant to return to her current duties. Leila bowed politely, preparing to leave the office in high spirits. However, at the door, the Emperor suddenly called out her name, causing Leila to stop in her tracks, waiting for him to continue. Kalyan wanted to ask her about the rumors that had begun to spread through the palace regarding their relationship, but he hesitated at the last moment, not daring to bring up such a delicate topic. Leila turned around with clear confusion on her face. She had no idea what the Emperor was driving at or why he looked so troubled. In the end, Kalyan didn't dare to proceed. Adjusting his precious accessory, he dryly muttered that it was nothing and decided to keep his concerns to himself. To smooth over the awkwardness, the Emperor suggested that Leila join him for lunch. However, the girl's intuition told her that he had originally planned to discuss something else entirely. Something more serious. Leila politely declined the offer, stating that she needed to contact Baron Delrond immediately to finalize her work. Kalyan could only dryly agree, suppressing his growing irritation. Before leaving, Leila gave the Emperor a charming smile and promised they would see each other a bit later. Her departure left behind a light scent of flowers and a sense of unfinished business. Left alone, Kalyan sank into gloomy reflections. He was stung by the fact that Leila mentioned Burr first, instead of the opportunity to spend time with the Emperor. Kalyan rested his chin on his hand, tormented by rising jealousy. He was increasingly haunted by the question, had his chief assistant and Leila managed to become that close in such a short period of time? Kalyan continued to wind himself up, thinking about the fact that Leila and Burr were alone together in the office. The thought that his loyal assistant and the talented Leila were spending so much time together behind closed doors gave him no peace. The Emperor was overcome by a strange feeling of stuffiness and discomfort. He was irritated by this new, unfamiliar sensation of anxiety that prevented him from concentrating on state documents and made him constantly think of Leila. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the Willia estate. The butler brought Fennell an urgent letter from the imperial palace that required the Duke's immediate attention. It turned out that a grand victory banquet would be held at the palace in 2 weeks. Fennell was extremely dissatisfied that the celebration was being held separately from other events, considering it a waste of time. When the assistant tried to explain that the delay was due to the need to resolve complex issues of merits and compensations, Fennell rudely cut him off. The Duke saw this as an attempt to lecture him and forced the man to apologize. Fennell ordered preparations for the celebration to begin immediately, starting with the tailoring of festive costumes. He told the butler to contact the best dressing room so as not to lose face before the aristocracy. The Duke decided that this time he would need a uniform rather than a regular banquet suit. He tried to look like a confident leader, but his plans contained more ego than actual understanding of the preparation process. The butler merely watched his master in silence, realizing that the Duke had no idea of the scale of the organizational work ahead. Fennell suddenly realized that previously, Leila had handled every aspect of the banquets, from menus to invitations and outfits. Now, he stood in confusion, not knowing where to start or how such events were even organized. He began to realize that the tasks Leila had performed for years with incredible ease turned out to be an overwhelming burden for him. He was struck by how efficient she actually was, while he had taken her labor for granted. Looking at the pile of documents and realizing his helplessness, Fennell honestly admitted to himself for the first time that his life had been maximally comfortable with Leila. A bitter regret crept into his soul. If he hadn't been so stubborn and arrogant, everything could have remained the same. Fennell stood in the middle of his office, overwhelmed by the realization of his own helplessness. Looking at the to-do list for the banquet preparations, he bitterly regretted his stubbornness. The Duke honestly admitted to himself for the first time that if he had acted differently, Leila would still be there, saving him from all this exhausting routine. Meanwhile, a lavish lunch began at the palace. The table was set with exquisite delicacies symbolizing the empire's post-war prosperity. Yet, Callian looked pensive and tense, in no hurry to start eating. Baron Betrayal, true to his workaholism, decided to take advantage of the moment and raised the issue of rewards for war heroes. Callian sharply rebuffed his assistant, stating that he did not intend to discuss state affairs and budget allocation at the dinner table. The emperor added that the distribution of spoils and rewards is a lengthy process, and he simply doesn't have the time for it right now. Leila, meanwhile, ate quietly, trying not to interfere in the dispute between the high-ranking men. Unexpectedly, Callian himself turned to Leila, wanting to hear her expert opinion. The girl politely reminded him that this matter was not within her competence, but, noticing the emperor's expectant gaze, she agreed to speak up. Leila confirmed that she fully agreed with Bear regarding payments to the families of the fallen. However, she emphasized that before handing out gold, a fundamental problem that officials usually ignore must be solved. The girl focused attention on the fate of war orphans. She understood that simply giving out money would not replace protection for the children, and directly asked the emperor what he intended to do with thousands of homeless children. Leila explained that for orphans who have lost their guardians, threats come from everywhere. Homeless and abandoned children cannot work fully, which means their livelihood will always be at risk, no matter how much they are paid in a lump sum. Baron Bear nodded, agreeing with the severity of the problem, and noted that this is exactly why the state plans to issue allowances, to give the children a chance to survive and get back on their feet. Leila emphasized that lump sum payments would not solve the problem in the long run. She warned that handing over large sums of money to defenseless children would only turn them into easy targets for criminals and scammers. A grim picture appeared before those present. Dark silhouettes of bandits hunting orphans for their gold. Without state protection, any money in a child's hands in the empire's slums was more of a curse than a salvation. As a solution, Leila proposed a project for a state child care center. In such an institution, war orphans could receive not only food, but also long-term protection and education. Callian listened to her with extreme concentration, clearly struck by the depth of her social analysis. The emperor made his decision instantly. He officially tasked Leila with preparing a detailed report on this project. This decision shocked Baron Burr, who did not expect a newcomer to be entrusted with such a large-scale state initiative so quickly. Bear tried to object, pointing out that such reports are usually prepared by the ministers of the relevant departments. He feared that breaking bureaucratic procedures would cause dissatisfaction among the high-ranking palace officials. Callian firmly cut off these doubts. He stated that Leila's arguments were logical, and if the report was properly drafted, the ministers would be obliged to recognize the necessity of this project, regardless of who wrote it. The emperor reinforced his will by asking Leila to prepare a proper and convincing proposal. The girl was stunned. She realized that her words now carried weight at the level of imperial decrees. Leila felt an incredible weight of responsibility on her shoulders. She understood that the fate of thousands of children now depended on the quality of her report. A question flashed through her mind. Was she truly ready for such an important and serious job? Callian, noticing her momentary hesitation, asked directly if she could handle it. Leila clenched her fingers tightly, suppressing her nerves. Despite her fear, a determined desire flared up in her soul to see this through and justify the trust placed in her. Leila felt determination flare up within her. Despite the fear of the immense responsibility for the childcare project, she firmly stated that she truly wanted to take on this task and help the children. She officially confirmed her consent, asking the emperor to entrust this important project specifically to her. At that moment, she fully realized her new role in the empire as a protector of the weak. After lunch, work in the office resumed with renewed vigor. The top priority for the immediate future was the preparation for the upcoming victory celebration, which meant endless mountains of paperwork for the personal assistants. Baron Berdelrond was on the verge of a nervous breakdown from overwork. Clenching his pen, he exclaimed in frustration that absolutely all parties in the empire should be banned, as they paralyzed the normal work schedule. Leila watched the exhausted chief with sympathy. Bear continued to grumble about why the state wastes huge sums on meaningless festivities that only drain the staff's energy. It turned out that the Baron hadn't returned home for 2 days, literally living in the office. Leila, trying to be helpful, continued to bring more documents, realizing that the pace of work was only increasing. According to palace rules, the organization of such celebrations was always supposed to be handled by the empress. However, since the throne of the palace mistress had been vacant for a long time, the entire burden fell on the assistants. Leila neatly stacked the reports, pondering the current situation. She understood that the absence of a queen was not just a political issue, but the reason for their current workload. The girl involuntarily remarked how much easier and more organized their lives would be if Callian had a spouse capable of taking over all social and organizational chores. Bear immediately cut off these reflections. Scratching his head from the tension, he advised Leila to give up thinking about an empress, making it clear that the topic of Callian's marriage was dangerous and forbidden territory. Bear explained that Callian isn't just postponing marriage, but doesn't intend to tie the knot with anyone at all. It wasn't just a decision, but a certain unshakable stance held by the emperor. However, a second later, due to severe sleep deprivation, the Baron accidentally slipped up. It wasn't about a lack of will, but rather that Callian physically or legally cannot marry anyone. Realizing he had revealed a state secret, Bear covered his mouth in horror. He began to wave his hands frantically, begging Leila to forget everything she heard and pretend the conversation never happened. The girl watched the scene in silence, realizing she had accidentally touched one of the crown's most guarded secrets. Trying to save the situation, Bear blamed his rambling on a mind clouded by lack of sleep. He hastily told Leila not to overwork herself and to leave on time, trying to end the dangerous dialogue as quickly as possible. After that, the Baron literally bolted out of the office, leaving Leila completely alone among the mountains of paperwork. Leila froze, staring at the closed door. It was obvious to her. Baron Burr had nearly revealed a secret of immense importance that could shake the foundations of palace peace. The words echoed in her mind. He cannot marry. Leila wondered why the emperor, possessing absolute power, was denied the chance to have someone by his side to rely on during these difficult times. Knowing Callian as a noble and sensitive man, Leila assumed he would surely show boundless respect and care for whoever was by his side. An image of an ideal partner formed in her thoughts, someone who would look in the same direction as the emperor and support him in everything. Leila couldn't help but wonder what price Callian pays for his eternal loneliness at the pinnacle of power. Leila suddenly caught herself having strange and inappropriate thoughts about the emperor. The image of Callian as someone she could rely on made her heart race, leaving her completely bewildered. She hastily brushed these visions aside, deciding that Callian surely had valid reasons for refusing to marry. Leila ordered herself to stop obsessing over other people's secrets and focus on reality. Deciding that work was the best cure for overthinking, she resolutely headed toward her desk. A massive pile of documents awaited her attention, and Leila was ready to immerse herself in them. Meanwhile, at the Williot estate, the butler reported to Fennell that a certain baroness, who was also a wizard, had offered to help organize the victory celebration. Fennell dryly agreed, trying to shift at least some of the burden onto someone else's shoulders. Next, Fennell inquired about the preparations for his wedding to Leila. The butler reminded him that previously, Countess Thebessa had been solely responsible for all the details and requests, and now the process had practically come to a standstill. When the servant cautiously asked if they should even continue the preparations in Leila's absence, Fennell flew into a rage. He sharply cut the butler off, stating it was none of his business and that he didn't want to hear such questions. Left alone, the Duke began to nervously bite his thumb, revealing his growing obsession. He remained blindly convinced that Leila hadn't gone anywhere and would definitely return to him once she was done playing at independence. Fennell dismissed the butler, wanting to be alone with his thoughts. The servant submissively withdrew, advising his master to get at least some rest. Stepping into the hallway, the butler literally ran into Cicely, who was standing right outside the door. He froze in hesitation, not expecting to encounter her there at such a late hour. The sight of Cicely truly terrified him. She looked haunting, and her pale face and strange gaze made the man flinch in surprise. Cicely asked with a caustic smirk why he was so surprised, as if he were seeing a ghost. Her tone was filled with venom and arrogance. When the terrified butler tried to find out how long she had been standing there and what she had overheard, Cicely coldly cut him off. She made it clear that his curiosity was unwelcome and that he shouldn't meddle in things that didn't concern him. The butler, finding Cicely outside the office door, was in a state of total confusion. He cautiously asked if he should inform the Duke of her presence, seeing her strange demeanor. However, Cicely sharply rebuffed him, stating there was no need for that. Her gaze was cold and detached, and her voice was laced with hidden irritation. Maintaining her outward majesty, she turned and headed down the corridor. The butler watched her leave in silence, feeling a growing sense of unease within the estate. Deep down, Cicely was seething with rage. She realized that Fennell, despite his humiliation, was still proceeding with wedding preparations for the woman who had left him. The thought that Leila still occupied the Duke's thoughts was driving her mad. She could barely contain her anger, recalling how she had pushed Leila to leave, hoping to take her place. Now, Cicely realized that the shadow of the former fiancé haunted them at every turn, obstructing her triumph. Meanwhile, at the palace, Leila had immersed herself in research work. She spent hours in the archives, studying issues of building, setting up, and architecture necessary for developing the childcare center project. The girl quickly realized that searching for relevant documents in the vast imperial filing room was no easy task. It required a colossal amount of time and extreme concentration, both of which she was desperately short on. Exhausted by the search, Leila decided she had done enough for the day. She planned to leave the archive and return to work the next day to avoid making mistakes due to fatigue. The sudden sound of a creaking door made her turn around abruptly. In the silence of the night archive, the noise sounded unexpectedly loud and alarming. To her astonishment, the visitor turned out to be Kalyan himself. The emperor looked majestic even in an unofficial setting, and his appearance at such a late hour was a complete surprise to Leila. Kalyan asked with slight confusion what his new assistant was doing in the filing room. He wondered if she had lost track of time and if it wasn't already time for her to head home and rest. Leila explained that she was trying to find historical materials about the establishment of childcare centers, but the emperor only confirmed her fears. He admitted that she wouldn't find anything, as before her, none of the previous emperors had ever entertained such thoughts on a state level. From the emperor's words, Leila immediately grasped the hidden meaning. Kalyan himself had once investigated this very issue. She realized he wasn't just theorizing, but had personal experience in this field. Kalyan confirmed her hunch with a brief nod. He admitted that he had already tried to find information on child protection in the past, but faced a total lack of prior research from his predecessors. The emperor praised Leila for her sharp wit, noting that she was indeed quick-witted. He revealed the details, stating that he had conducted this research about 10 years ago, during the early days of his reign. Leila was stunned to learn that the emperor had shared her views even in his youth. This discovery made her feel an unexpected mental connection with him. She accepted Kalyan's offer to review his old records with unconcealed enthusiasm. The girl realized that this data would serve as an invaluable foundation for her own report. The emperor led Leila deeper into the archives. The sound of their footsteps echoed through the empty hall, emphasizing the secrecy and importance of the moment. They arrived at a specific sector of the filing room intended for unclassified but long-forgotten papers. Kalyan remembered exactly where he had left the results of his youthful investigations. He pointed to a dusty crate hidden in the far corner of a shelf. This was where the fruits of Kalyan's labor were kept, untouched by anyone for years. The dust on the lid confirmed that information about childcare centers had not interested palace officials for the last 10 years, remaining as dead weight in the archive. Ignoring his high status, Kalyan personally lifted the heavy box. Leila asked curiously if the documents she needed for planning the center were truly inside. The emperor handed the heavy crate over to Leila. Leila accepted the heavy box, astonished by the sheer volume of gathered data. Kalyan honestly warned her that because the documents were 10 years old and unorganized, many might prove useless for the current project. The girl hurried to reassure him that this was already an immense help. The emperor only laughed, admitting he hadn't looked into these boxes since the day he made the very last entry. He officially permitted Leila to take the materials to her manor. Kalyan emphasized that these were not classified imperial archives, but his personal research data, so she was free to work with them in a comfortable setting. Leila felt awkward taking the monarch's personal manuscripts out of the palace, but Kalyan brushed it off with a smile. He reminded her that, at the time, he was just a prince whose opinion mattered to no one. However, behind that smile, Leila caught a glimpse of a deep, long-standing sadness flashing in his eyes for a brief moment. Kalyan recalled those dark times. As a prince, he felt like a ghost. No matter what he did or what sound ideas he proposed, the courtiers and ministers completely ignored him, not considering his words worth any attention. After returning home, Leila stared at the box of documents for a long time. The emperor's words stayed in her mind, forcing her to see the son of the empire in a new light. She concluded that Kalyan took the orphan problem so seriously because of personal sympathy. He wasn't just performing the duties of a ruler. He truly empathized with those who, like him once, were left without support. Leila recalled the lore of the imperial family. Kalyan was the illegitimate child of a viscount's daughter. His life could have been tragic if the childless Empress Solia hadn't taken him in and raised him as her own son. The girl felt a painful kinship with him. As the illegitimate daughter of a maid, she knew all too well the sense of inferiority that society forced upon her. Previously, Leila had naively assumed that being a member of the imperial family automatically guaranteed respect and honor. But now, she realized the scale of his personal struggle. She remembered her own past at the Williot estate, the Countess's endless scolding and the contemptuous looks from the servants. Leila wondered, had Kalyan, even as a prince, also endured such humiliations from his own staff? Leila's memories of the past were steeped in bitterness. In Count Tevessa's house, she was constantly told that her life had no value, and those around her openly wondered why she hadn't fled that hostile place long ago. She was the product of the Count's random affair with a maid, a one-night mistake. For aristocratic society, her existence was a living reminder of the Count's infidelity and his lack of restraint with the mansion's staff. Count Tevessa had taken Leila into the family, despite his wife's furious objections, for only one reason. He saw his daughter as a useful tool. To him, she was merely a bargaining chip to be used in the future for a strategic political marriage. Leila resolutely cut off the flow of painful memories. She reminded herself that her current status as the Emperor's aide was a shield, and her past pain should no longer hold power over her. The girl opened the delivered crate to begin her work. She hoped that Callion's old research on childcare laws would help her draft a perfect plan for the new center. Reading carefully through the yellowed pages, Leila tried to analyze the logic of the young prince Callion had been 10 years ago. Suddenly, her gaze froze on one of the sheets. In the margins, she noticed a suspicious dark stain, painfully similar to an old blood stain, and a trembling inscription. Why can't children choose their parents? Callion's journal entries turned out to be full of pain and protest. He questioned whether people who systematically abuse and mistreat their own children even have the right to be called parents. On other pages, the prince pondered if people who openly despise and reject their child could be considered a family. Leila began to realize that behind the brilliance of the imperial crown lay a childhood full of cruelty and rejection. Every line radiated the despair of someone who grew up in an atmosphere of eternal cold and judgment, despite his high title. The young Callion would spend hours alone over documents, trying to find some loophole in the laws that would answer his main question. Whom in this world could he actually call his parents? Leila looked at these records with a shudder. She realized that for Callion, the Child Care Center project was not just state business, but an attempt to save other children from the darkness he had been forced to endure himself. Leila touched the dark stain on the yellowed page, suddenly realizing it was an old blood stain. Looking at the Emperor's trembling handwriting, she felt an unbearable bitterness for that lonely prince who had literally bled over his work while the rest of the world turned away from him. Meanwhile, at the Williot estate, Cicely rested on Finel's lap, discussing his upcoming departure for the capital's victory banquet. She acted as a submissive and loving companion, continuing to weave her web around the Duke. Cicely feigned surprise at Finel's knowledge of the party's details, striving to maintain the image of a fragile woman completely dependent on his protection and wisdom. She intentionally touched upon a sore subject, expressing hope that Leila would return to the estate with him. Cicely knew that mentioning the former fiancé would drive Finel to act even more decisively. The Duke was stunned that his mistress was the one to bring up Leila. Cicely played a scene of deep sorrow, portraying herself as a victim of circumstances, dreaming of a family reunion. She hypocritically claimed to consider Leila part of their family, using it as a pretext to lure the girl back under Finel's control. Cicely went even further, suggesting that Leila become the foster mother for her unborn child. This was a sophisticated attempt to turn the former mistress of the house into a mere nanny for the favorite. Emboldened by Cicely's support, Finel firmly promised that this time he would definitely take Leila from the capital and return her to her rightful place in the duchy. He embraced Cicely tightly, fully convinced that Leila would change her mind and return as soon as she learned of his true feelings and his willingness to forgive her. However, while Finel dreamed of regaining power over Leila, Cicely's face behind his back twisted into a cold and triumphant smirk, revealing her true serpentine nature. A week passed. At the Imperial Palace, preparations for the celebration reached their peak. Requests for confirmation and organizational details poured in from every department. Baron Burr Delrond, seeing the colossal workload, ordered Leila not to be distracted by the banquet chaos. He took over all the bureaucratic routine, allowing her to focus entirely on the report for the Child Care Center project. Leila was sincerely grateful for such support. She understood that establishing such institutions was a matter of life and death for thousands of children, and any delay could be fatal. Baron Bear did not hide his relief, noting that thanks to Leila's early arrival, the mountain of documents was melting away before his eyes. He acknowledged her productivity as a natural result of her talent, though for him, it was a true salvation during this period of overload. In a burst of sincere gratitude, Bear admitted he felt terrible just thinking about how he would have managed without Leila. She had become more than just an assistant. She was an indispensable anchor in the endless sea of palace bureaucracy. Leila modestly replied that she was only fulfilling her direct duties and warmly thanked the Baron for his constant kindness toward her. A rare atmosphere of mutual professional respect was established between them within the palace walls. With a polite bow to her mentor, Leila left the office to attend to her current tasks. She felt an incredible surge of energy from the fact that her knowledge and labor were finally being properly appreciated. Burr watched her go thoughtfully, fully realizing how significantly this woman's arrival had changed the usual rhythm of his work and the atmosphere in the aids department. Leila walked through the luxurious palace corridors with her head held high. Her new status gave her not only confidence, but also long-awaited protection from the ghosts of the past left behind at the Williot estate. Meanwhile, Baron Burr encountered a group of high-ranking officials in the hallway. His formal greeting was met with cold disdain, exposing the deep resentment the old nobility felt toward the emperor's people. The courtiers followed the Baron with hostile glares. In their eyes, Bear remained nothing more than an upstart who gained a title and influence through personal loyalty to the monarch, rather than by right of noble birth. The aristocrats bristled at the necessity of responding to greetings from some aide, considering it a slight to their dignity. They refused to acknowledge his status, despite the actual power he wielded. Within their narrow circle, Bear was considered a fool who imagined himself equal to hereditary nobility just because of a granted barony. All his colossal work for the empire's benefit was devalued due to his lack of proper blood. The Baron understood their feelings perfectly and considered such arrogance to be the height of stupidity. The poisonous whispers behind his back did not bother him, as he knew the real worth of these noble schemers who failed at any serious task. Leaving the gossips behind, Burr resolutely headed off on his business. He had no time for petty grievances. The banquet preparations and Callion's new social reforms required his full concentration. Baron Bear remained in gloomy reflection, analyzing the attitude of the capital's nobility. He was used to aristocrats looking down on him and had learned to ignore their disdain, considering it an inherent part of his service. Against the backdrop of general coldness, Leila's sincere gratitude and her warm smile seemed like something foreign and astonishing to the Baron. Her kindness was piercing through his armor of professional indifference. Bear admitted to himself that, despite his superiority in rank, it was the first time he had encountered such respectful treatment from a noblewoman. It was extremely difficult for him to adapt to the fact that someone from the upper class saw him not just as a tool, but as a person. Wanting to clarify the situation, Bear directly informed Leila that he did not belong to a noble family by birthright. He wanted to see if her attitude would change upon learning of his humble origins. Leila listened to his confession with complete composure, continuing her work with the documents. She showed not a hint of disappointment, which puzzled the Baron even more. Instead of the expected coldness, Leila expressed deep admiration. She emphasized that Bear had earned his title and position solely through his own outstanding abilities and stated that she was truly proud of her mentor. The Baron was completely bewildered by this reaction. In his eyes, Leila began to seem like a truly strange person whose behavior did not fit at all within the usual framework of palace etiquette and class prejudice. Despite his outward confusion, Bear caught himself thinking that this strange and sincere attitude was not unpleasant at all. For the first time in a long while, he felt valued for who he was, rather than for the position he held. At that moment, Leila seemed to him the embodiment of light and purity. Her ability to see the essence of people behind titles and masks left an indelible impression on the stern baron. However, professionalism quickly took over. Burr suddenly realized that they had completely forgotten the relentless passage of time during their conversation, and his gaze instantly became cold and focused. He abruptly cut off all talk and ordered Leila to return to work immediately. The Baron understood that now was not the time for emotions, when the reputation of their department and important state projects were at stake. Leila looked at the clock in horror, realizing that time had flown by unnoticed while in the archives and conversation. She had to literally run to her workspace to manage to complete the report on time and not betray the Emperor's trust. Leila hurried back to her office, clutching a pile of gathered materials and the very report she had prepared with such diligence. Every word on those pages represented her sleepless nights and her hope for real change within the Empire. Suddenly, the sharp sound of a collision echoed in the quiet corridor. A foot in an elegant red heel blocked her path, and Leila, unable to react in time, stumbled with an involuntary cry of surprise and pain. In the next second, the fruits of her multi-day labor flew into the air, scattering throughout the corridor. The vital documents, which formed the entire basis of the Child Care Center project, fell chaotically to the floor, mixing with the dust. The girl desperately rushed to gather the sheets, trying to save them before they were stepped on. At that moment, a mockingly surprised voice sounded from above, causing Leila to freeze. Someone's foot intentionally and forcefully stepped directly onto the text of her report, irretrievably crushing and staining the paper. The stranger sarcastically inquired if the aide was all right, though her action was an act of open aggression. Standing before Leila was an arrogant aristocrat in a bright red dress. She accused the girl of frivolous behavior, stating that running through the sacred imperial palace in such a manner was an insult to everyone present. The lady and her entourage burst into mocking laughter. Hypocritically covering her mouth with her hand, the leader of the group claimed she was so shocked by Leila's clumsiness that she accidentally made a mistake herself. It became obvious that this was a deliberate attempt to sabotage the preparation of the report. Leila found herself on the floor, surrounded by a circle of ill-wishers. The noble women looked down on her humiliation, enjoying the sight of the Emperor's fallen favorite, whose important documents now lay in the dust. The ringleader in the red dress emanated arrogance. Looking at her, Leila couldn't help but wonder if Cicely was behind this attack, as the style of the intrigue was too recognizable and mean-spirited. Despite the situation, Leila quickly regained her composure. She rose to her feet, brushing off her dress, and dryly stated that she was fine, refusing to give her enemies the satisfaction of seeing her weakness. However, the sight of the ruined report caused her serious concern. The paper, intended personally for the Emperor, was hopelessly soiled by a dirty footprint, and there was practically no time left for a rewrite. Leila decided to launch a counter-offensive. She stated that since the work had been disrupted, she had no choice but to report to the Emperor exactly whose fault the delay was. The blonde girl immediately grew nervous, accusing Leila of wanting revenge for a simple accidental slip. The girl masterfully played on their fear of the monarch's wrath. She asked ironically if they really thought this was revenge. The blonde screamed that Leila could just rewrite the report. The aide emphasized that the matter was extremely urgent. She offered an alternative. Either they go to Callion together right now so the noblewoman can personally beg his forgiveness for the missed deadline, or... Seeing the noble ladies trembling with fear, Leila realized her psychological maneuver had worked. The prospect of explaining themselves to an angry emperor brought the gossips to a state of true terror. Leila sincerely didn't understand why these people wasted their energy on such petty malice. Switching from anger to mercy, she set a condition. If the culprit apologized sincerely right now, the incident would be over and would not reach Callion's ears. The noble women were at a dead end. They realized their stupid prank could result in a ruined reputation for their families if the emperor learned about the sabotage of his personal aide's work. Dropping all her arrogance, the blonde girl bowed her head low. In a trembling voice, she admitted her mistake and offered an official apology, hoping to avoid severe punishment. Leila didn't intend to waste another minute on them. In a cold and authoritative tone, she allowed the girls to leave, leaving them to process the lesson learned while she hastily returned to salvaging the remaining papers. Leila gathered the scattered report pages under the contemptuous glares of the noblewomen. The highborn ladies did not hide their satisfaction in witnessing the emperor's aide's humiliation. The leader of the group in the red dress hissed that Leila was nothing but a fake. The noblewomen openly questioned the legitimacy of her high standing at court. The fake comment struck Leila hard. She watched the departing schemers leave, realizing that social status in the palace was still determined by birth rather than talent. Suddenly, someone approached Leila and picked up one of the stray sheets. The stranger's shadow fell over the girl, forcing her to look up from gathering her papers. A man with long silver hair silently handed the document back to her. His cold and powerful aura instantly changed the atmosphere in the corridor. Standing before Leila was Sir Hiltane, the commander of the Crowd Knights, the Emperor's personal guard. His appearance in this wing of the palace was a rare occurrence. The girl accepted the page, feeling awkward and surprised. She hadn't expected help from a man known for his sternness and indifference to palace affairs. Leila recalled seeing this warrior beside Callion before. She realized she was facing one of the Emperor's most loyal and dangerous men. After officially introducing herself, Leila politely asked for the knight's name. She wanted to formalize this brief encounter according to all rules of etiquette. Hiltane remained silent, carefully observing the monarch's aide with his icy stare. A heavy tension hung in the silence of the corridor. Finally, the knight briefly stated his name. Leila was relieved to have established contact with the guard commander, whose name struck fear into the Empire's enemies. The girl offered a sincere smile and thanked Sir Hiltane for his help. This unexpected act of kindness from the formidable knight gave her the strength to return to working on her report. Leila entered the Emperor's office exactly on time. She felt an immense wave of relief, realizing she only made the deadline thanks to Sir Hiltane's unexpected help in gathering her papers. Starting her report, Leila immediately touched upon the sensitive topic of state finances. Despite the noblewoman's words about her being a fake still echoing in her head, she focused on the facts. The war had ended, yet the tax burden continued to rise. Callion reacted to her bold judgments quite sharply. He called such thoughts nonsense and even warned his aide that such free speech at court could lead to severe punishment. However, Leila did not back down. She firmly stated that despite the complexity of the issue, she believed raising taxes was a necessary measure to stabilize the empire's situation. The girl argued her position based on the critical state of the budget. Numerous ongoing projects, social relief, and compensations for bereaved families required colossal expenses that the current treasury could not cover. The situation was a stalemate. 6 years of war had completely drained the imperial treasury. At the same time, Leila recognized the main danger. If the taxes were set too high, the common people would fall below the poverty line and simply wouldn't be able to pay. Callian was about to object to the merits of the case, but his gaze suddenly caught a detail unrelated to politics. He abruptly interrupted the official conversation and, showing unexpected impulsiveness, grabbed Leila's hand, leaving her completely bewildered. The emperor noticed a fresh scratch on her hand. Forgetting about taxes and budgets, he anxiously inquired if she was hurt and how she had received the injury. Leila tried to pull away hastily, assuring him it was nothing. The scene in the corridor, where the lady in red intentionally stepped on her report, flashed before her eyes, but she decided not to complain. Callian persisted, suspecting his aide might have fallen or been the victim of someone's rudeness. Leila reminded herself of the promise she made to the noblewomen to remain silent and decided not to involve the emperor in palace intrigues. Ultimately, she lied, claiming she had simply tripped because she was in a rush. The girl tried her best to maintain her composure, attempting to hide the true reason for the scratch and her recent humiliation. Leila began to apologize hastily, blaming herself for her own carelessness. She tried to convince the emperor that her scratch was merely the result of her own mistake, and that Callian shouldn't worry about it. Callian firmly cut off her apologies. While holding her hand, he declared that she had nothing to apologize for, and Leila sensed a warmth in his voice that was unusual for a formal setting. The emperor took all the blame upon himself. He was troubled by the realization that Leila had been injured, yet because of the urgency of his assignments, she had come straight to the report without receiving medical aid. He considered this his personal failure as a ruler. Brooking no objection, Callian produced a vial of medicine. He ordered Leila to roll up her sleeve, intending to personally treat her wound, an unprecedented honor for a mere aide. Noticing the girl's extreme embarrassment, the emperor softly added that if his intervention made her uncomfortable, he could call a handmaiden. However, he continued to hold her hand gently, unwilling to let go. Callian applied the ointment with utmost care, focusing all his attention on her injury. He asked Leila to tell him immediately if it hurt, showing a level of concern that completely clashed with his image as a cold monarch. Suddenly, the emperor's gaze fell on the hem of her dress, where he noticed a suspicious blood stain. His concern instantly turned into alarm. He suspected that during the fall, Leila might have seriously injured her leg as well. Driven by a sudden impulse and fear for her well-being, Callian impulsively told her to lift her dress. Leila froze in silent shock, stunned by such an ambiguous and direct request within the office walls. Only a second later did the emperor realize how his words sounded. He recoiled sharply, realizing he had broken all rules of propriety, and began to make feverish excuses. Callian covered his face with his hand, burning with shame. He sincerely apologized to Leila, assuring her that he never intended to tease her or put her in an awkward position, but was only worried about her health. A heavy, ringing silence filled the office. A specific tension arose between them that could no longer be ignored. A mix of awkwardness, fear, and budding intimacy. Callian regained his seriousness, though his face still betrayed his inner agitation. He addressed Leila by name and confessed that, despite his reluctance to discuss such matters, he could no longer remain silent about something very important. Callian tightened his grip on Leila's hand, warning her against being too submissive. He firmly stated that if something like this happened again, she shouldn't be so forgiving. Instead, she should get angry and protect her dignity. When Leila tried to justify the situation, assuming the attackers had no ill will, the emperor suddenly lost his temper. He sharply asked how she could possibly know his own thoughts, revealing deep inner turmoil behind his outburst. Immediately after the emotional eruption, Callian bowed before the girl, still not letting go of her hand. A heavy silence filled the office as the monarch struggled to rein in the feelings that had spiraled out of control. The emperor apologized for raising his voice. He explained his harshness as a desire to convey a simple truth. Within the palace walls, one can never be sure of others' intentions, and excessive trust can be fatal. Seeking to end the prolonged moment of intimacy, Kalyan told Leila to leave immediately and tend to her wound. He promised to review the remaining reports himself, re-establishing the usual distance between them. Turning their heads, their faces were directly opposite each other. The emperor gently uttered her name, and at that moment, all his feigned coldness finally disappeared. Suddenly, as if to confirm his thoughts, Leila came very close to him and, leaning over, said that she had something important to tell him. Turning their heads, their faces were directly opposite each other. The emperor gently uttered her name, and at that moment, all his feigned coldness finally disappeared. All right, guys, that's where we're leaving things for today. Honestly, can we just talk about how much of a literal trash Fennel is? Like, I cannot even with him. After Leila spent 6 years keeping his entire life from falling apart, he treats her like she's invisible. It's infuriating. And don't even get me started on Cicely. I am seriously terrified of what she's planning with those mystery vials. You just know she's up to no good, and I'm low-key holding my breath for the next disaster she'll trigger. But okay, let's pivot to something way better. The chemistry between Leila and Kalyan. Can we talk about those sparks? Every time they're in the same room, the tension is just chef's kiss. It's so obvious they're drawn to each other, and this slow burn, oh my God. But I am so stressed about the reason he says he can't get married. Like, what is that even about? I need answers yesterday. What do you think? Is Cicely's scheme going to ruin everything, or will Kalyan finally step up? And are you guys as obsessed with this slow burn as I am? Thank you so much for watching. If you're loving this series, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and let me know your theories in the comments. Are you Team Emperor, or are you just waiting for Fennel to finally get what's coming to him? Let's chat below. See you in the next video. Bye!